everyone, welcome back. We're here again for our TerrafirmaGreg Minecraft playthrough. Oh boy, let's get started. Play selected world. Ooh, alright. I gotta figure out where I was last time. We'll give a couple minutes before... Or we'll give a couple minutes so that people can filter in. Ooh, okay. I have my food with me, IRL, so I may be consuming some food um at times while we're doing this. But it's like the thing, like if you at home have food, then you can also eat it. Oh, that reminds me. I want to check something with oh no, okay. What does Rose would get us? I'm checking for a few things for like decorative purposes. What uh, okay. I don't know what kind of trapdoor that I was thinking we'd have. Okay. We got colored steel. We're also going to get we're gonna get that greenhouse working. We're gonna get the greenhouse automatic water transfer, automatic water to it. But I have an idea that might work. That um that might mean that we don't even have to like pull water over there. So we might be able to do that a little bit sooner. Okay, blue steel ingots. Alright, we're pretty close to having all the blue steel that we need. Let's go check. Alright, I need to work on the greenhouse. We need a windmill bearing. Shaft, stone, and a wooden slab. Go collect a piece of stone from one of the nearby resident boulders. It's the boulder that keeps on giving. Slowly depleting this boulder. I think what we can do is I can just here, and there. Okay, we should have a shaft on us. We just need a wooden slab. Alright, because I have a plan. I have an idea for something I want to do for the windmill. So, you see how it is currently raining? It does that a lot here. If you guys haven't noticed it, it does that a lot here. And the uh, so the create mechanical pump, from what we've been like observing with the create mechanical pump, it kind of just is capable of pulling out of anything that has a fluid inventory. Like so far, everything that's had a fluid inventory, like all the stuff we've been doing, it's because it's like had a fluid inventory. And so I'm wondering if the create fluid pump, the create mechanical pump, if it can pick up water from just a normal liquid barrel. Uh, because I think that if it can, then we might have enough rainfall here that we might be able to supply it with just a barrel. I'm kind of doubting that we'll have enough rainfall. Although, I don't know, because, like, this thing doesn't use up very much water when it's sprinkling. This thing doesn't use any water at all. So, but I'm going to try it. I'm gonna try it, and we'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll just add like an actual like spot of water out here once we get the bucket. But if this works, then I think that'd be pretty cool. And we wouldn't need to add any water over here or anything. So, hmm. Well, I need to make more black steel with this weak steel ingot. Okay. Um, I need some sort of structure for the windmill. Ooh, you know what I think would be cool? I think it would be cool if we had like, where do we get a wood? Or maybe the bottom will be a little bit of stone. But I think it would be cool if we left the back just be that part of the greenhouse, so that when you're in the greenhouse, you can see like the exposed mechanisms, and then have the rest be like covered up. Okay. What would be a good color scheme? I think I'll take some limestone, and I'll take oak. I think they go pretty well together. So let's see. Let's make it something like this. This would be close to what I'm wanting. I think this will be good. I'm gonna leave these bottom ones like that, and then we'll have the slabs. We will need. So I think we'll have the actual sail part of the windmill go over the greenhouse section, and we're not going to need a big sail. So yeah, I think we'll just make one batch of these, and then we'll have two on all the four sides. Or we could make it bigger and have it be like a. It doesn't have to have four blades on it. It could have two, but because it's not like it really matters. It's just like the total number. Oops. Then could have, yeah, like that. Okay. Let's see. I need space to put this on. So if it's too high, I would need to go. Oops. I need to go two up actually. Yeah. I guess it would be more like that. Oh, I'd have to go one up from there because I want the sails to have that 2 block height. Where are my scaffolding? Best part about having access to bamboo is having access to scaffolding. No, not what I wanted. Oh, there. Hi. Oop, got a cat now. Hello, you're very warm. Yeah. Okay, please don't claw at my stomach. This cat, I think as she's been getting older, she's been having slight issues with uh doing her nails. And so uh and so they get a little bit sharp, a little jagged a bit. And I would trim them myself if I didn't think she would murder me for the thought. So, you know. Okay, let's go grab some. I'm gonna use some rosewood. I think I want to make a rosewood door. Ooh, but I really just need this rosewood wood planks. Okay, then we need to make... Okay, ooh, that's where those wrought iron screws are gonna come in handy. Those ones I accidentally made. Or I think we have the bolts that can be made into the screws. Uh, okay, we need... We're gonna need food soon. Hey there, little baby. I've been surviving off of ground strawberries for so long. Did I even plant? Okay, I did plant stuff before I logged off, which is good. Okay, these are gonna take a while. These are only a quarter grown. They only give me like one tomato each. Oh, you know what? I do remember we did end up with soybeans. Okay, and we only have 4 soybeans. I could also just make bread. I do have all this flour. I'm just gonna survive on eating bread for a bit. How long do those soybeans last? 16 days. A lot of this needs to get put up to make whiskey at some point. There. Oh, that's right. That's why I haven't been making bread. I didn't make any sugar. But I'm pretty sure we have a full bucket or full barrel, yeah, of clarified sugar juice. And then that just gets put in a vat. 1 stick per 200, which means you need 5 per bucket, so we need 50 sticks. Do sticks stack up to 50? I don't think they do. I think they only stack up to 30. Which means maybe that's why I only have half a barrel over here of this stuff. Okay, yeah, and I need to go collect another maple tree. Okay. We need... I had more sticks on me. I need 25 sticks. Okay, I got this cat purring in my lap. She's such a cutie, aren't you? Ooh, danger. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so like I was mentioning with her claws, the issue with her claws and them being so jagged is that they can poke through quite a few clothes. So even having like a shirt on, her little claws can poke through my shirt and get to the soft underbelly. My one weakness. Okay, this should be enough. Yeah, I definitely think because I've so like I have a plan uh involving cats, and the plan is getting more cats at some point. The issue is I don't really have the I don't have the resources right now to take care of a lot of new cats, or to like take care of them the way I need to. So that's one of the things. One of the reasons why I'd like to be successful streaming is because if I'm successful streaming, I'd be able to afford the cats. Is most of it. Because I've had several cats throughout life. Not too many. I guess only a few. But I've had a few cats. And my first cats that I got, including this one here who's still with me. Uh I got them when when I was pretty young, and uh I feel like a lot of I feel like we do a bad job of preparing people to like take care of cats and kind of like animals in general. It's a weird thing. I don't know how it is in other cultures, but I know that here in America, uh a lot of times. Okay, I see. I need to move that icon at the bottom at some point if I can. A lot of times people like pet ownership gets like really taken for granted. Like it's kind of like, oh, you just have a pet and that's kind of the end of it. Like you just have this pet and there's not really a whole lot of like idea put towards like their actual care. And I think that a lot of people like just aren't given like the resources to probably take care of a cat because like cats are treated as like, oh, this is a really independent creature. It's real easy to take care of. They basically take care of themselves. They clean themselves and like, they use the bathroom in a designated area that you really don't even have to train them how to do. They just do it naturally, kind of. So I think a lot of people take for granted the amount of work that like needs to go into caring for a cat. And I wish that when I was younger, I had known this, and I didn't realize that was going to use up. That was going to happen so quickly. Uh, I wish I had known this when I was younger because I would have done things differently and taken better care of my cats. Uh, because when I get some new ones, first thing I want to do is I want to make sure that get um I want to make sure that I get a pair of cats. I want to get kittens again, obviously. They're so cute. Um and I want to make sure that they have another cat to play with and socialize with because this cat here, I mean, like I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure she's like probably still somewhat semi-feral, and she doesn't get along with other cats, which is a shame because sometimes it seems like she does want to get along with other cats. Like my partner has a cat, and my partner's cat, because of like situations with their parents, uh was allowed to roam free outside. Which I guess I might have to clarify because I know I get a lot of viewers from Europe and in I know in a lot of other countries, cats, it's like expected that they stay outside. But at I in America, we've really been trying to get away from that, and it is partially due to our car centric society because like cats like you don't want the cats encountering cars. Uh, but there's like a lot of other benefits to keeping your cats indoors. There's less likely for them to encounter diseases or to encounter any other number of animals that they wouldn't be able to get along with, and and they're less likely to get into fights with other cats and whatnot. But my partner's cat, I think because that cat was kind of allowed to roam around their neighborhood, and their neighborhood was a fairly safe one, so it wasn't as big of a deal uh with them roaming around. But I think because of it, I think they generally just don't like other cats. I have a feeling that this cat may have gotten like bullied a little bit. Uh while it was roaming around. And so that cat just doesn't really like other cats, has like a very strong distrust of other cats. And I think that it's kind of sad sometimes because my cat uh will want to, it seems like she wants to play, and the other cat just doesn't want to, and like refuses to play, because she just doesn't seem to like other cats at all. I need wool, half of that. But I want to make sure that when I get another pair of cats, that they have that ability to like socialize with other cats and have a playmate as well. The playmate thing is partially because like I've taken care of kittens before, and they are a lot more work than I think people understand. They require constant attention, and if you can get another cat, then hopefully that will help reduce some of the need for constant attention. But then there's like other things that I want to make sure that those. Oh, we can't. Ooh, windows. I can make those at some point. But there's a lot of other things that I also want to make sure that that when I get a new set of cats, when I get the new kittens, there's a lot of things that I want to make sure I get them used to, so that they file so that it'll be easier to take care of them later in life. One of the main things is I want to make sure that they're used to having their nails trimmed is a big one, because it will make my life much easier when they're older and they get to the point where they might not necessarily be able to take care of themselves as well. Okay, so I take these and use a saw. I want to make sure that they are okay with taking baths as well, because while the cats do tend to take pretty good care of themselves, especially later on in life, and if they ever end up in a situation where they're not feeling good, it can be pretty difficult for them to stay clean. So I want to make sure that I do that. And what's this doing in here? This has already gone through all the logs we gave it. How much creosote do we have? We have enough creosote. We're definitely. I'm gonna go cut down a couple more kapoke. Fix that with all this junk. Let's see what else. I mean, there's a lot of other small things that I'd like to make sure that the next batch of cats I have are more comfortable with. Because you really need to like. Oh, I want to make sure that they're accustomed to eating wet food as well, because it turns out, despite the fact that you would think that it works this way, it turns out that like cats, if you don't get them used to eating wet food, some of them just won't eat wet food even later in life. And wet food's better for cats because of the moisture content. Cats have a lot of problems with getting enough water, and so wet food's better for them generally because they'll get a lot more water from that wet food. And later on in life, like a lot of cats end up having like dental issues, and it's crazy because like cats can eat dry food even if they don't have any teeth. They just kind of like crush it up with their molars, and I don't, or not with their molars because they don't have teeth. They just crush them up with their gums, like their gums like harden or something, and then the cat just like crunches the food, and it's a little weird, but They can do it, and it's perfectly fine. They don't really care that much. They don't seem to mind having to use their gums to crunch up food. And some cats, if you don't if you don't get them used to eating wet food, they're so used to eating dry food that they just like won't eat wet food later in life, and that can cause problems. So I want to make sure that any new kittens have uh are accustomed to that kind of thing. And let's see. I don't know. I want to get them. I want to get them used to like using certain things. I there was this cat. I used to watch this YouTube channel that had a cat that would that they trained to use buttons, and so you could like communicate with it, and it would like say things essentially, like, right, like it would ask for food, or like this cat got really like learned a lot of words. It knew, it had a pretty expansive vocabulary and understood like uh deeper concepts about like emotions and stuff. It was kind of crazy. uh that cat did end up passing away not too long ago, unfortunately. It was just um right, there we go. It was just, you know, it was an older cat, so it's not like it was unexpected that this cat would pass away at some point. But it's still sad. But I'd like to see if um I could get cats to kind of do some of that stuff with the buttons to just like I don't really, I'm not really planning on anything super complex. I just want them to be able to do things like ask for food or catnip or whatever, ask for things so that I can better understand what they need. Okay, so I can shaft here, and we'll do another belt. I don't have any leather though. How long's our pineapples got? Yeah, our pineapples are gonna take a while before they're done. I think we're gonna have to go get rid of that gazelle that's been under the like trapped in the ravine. I'm hoping it drops a bladder as well, because I'm gonna need one to repair my flask at some point. Okay, gazelle. There you are. I'm sorry, buddy, but it's your time. Okay, there's a cool thing I can do here to get down here. Watch this. I should be able to hang off of this ledge. No, I didn't. But I did slide down the wall, so that was cool too, I guess. Okay. We didn't get much out of that gazelle, but we got some stuff. Come on. Surely I can jump up there and grab. No. Right, I can climb out another way. But yeah, so would like to. There's a lot of things I would like to. Ow, my legs! I'm gonna die if I do stuff like that. Wait, I can do something like this. Ah, there we go. Um, but yeah, I'd really like to get some more kitten. Uh, I want to get winter kitten this time. Uh, and the reason for the winter kittens is it does get pretty cold here during the winter. Not like super cold. It's actually not like that cold here, but it does get fairly cold. Uh, but if I get some winter kittens, then they'll want to come and snuggle underneath the covers with me. And if I get them to do that when they're younger, then hopefully that becomes a thing that they just do, because I like having the cats. Let's see. I also feel bad. I feel extra bad for the kittens during the winter because they're so small and it's so cold. So they could probably use a little bit of extra attention during that time. Okay. We're gonna have to wait a little bit for the hide to finish. I want to get some more of my food here. I'm thinking we probably have enough to do the colored steel now. I'm pretty sure our forge anvil should be done. Actually, there should be 2 more of these. Forge hammer. But that's okay. I'm gonna start these 2 going. So we can get a little bit more black steel. But we need to weld all the other steels together. And let's see. Okay, those melt at brilliant white, so we don't have to worry much about that. Okay, yeah, we'll do the red steel first. By the time we're done, or by the time we're like almost done with the blue steel, that forge hammer will definitely be done. How much flux do we have? We have plenty of flux. Okay, I just gotta light it and make sure that I keep this thing lit. Okay, let's move around a little bit. There we go. We have our barrel. I really should. I want to poke another hole for the barrel. I need to do this roof soon. Did I put that on my list? I'm pretty sure that's on our list to fix the roof. But maybe not. No, we don't have that on there. Raise, forge area roof. Yeah, 'cause we need to finish that steam boiler. We need to add the layer onto the blast furnace, especially we have now that we have the pump attached to it. Okay. Okay, let me switch back to my hammer. Only big issue with this is cooling down these ingots. Oop. Uh, drop that on the floor. That. And like I said, we're probably just going to take the double ingots of the blue steel and melt those down back into blue steel because we really don't need the I could also make the anvil out of blue steel because I kind of favor red steel anyways. And so it would make more sense for me to have the one that I use the least be the one. But I mean I can make a lot of red steel. I can make red steel more easily, so I think I will just use the red steel. Like I said, I can make red steel far more easily than I can make blue steel. Just because I have better access to the materials that make up red steel. Mostly because silver is a little bit harder to get. Like silver doesn't appear as like a but that's okay. Silver even in the native veins, like there's a lot of lead around silver, and lead's hard enough to deal with in the first place, but then It's just silver isn't even very common in its own like veins. Okay, so that's our quest for the red steel. So once I get 7 blue steel ingots, I'll have enough to get that quest. I'll make sure there's charcoal on here. Always forget about the charcoal. Okay. What am I holding? Oh, I'm holding another. Oh, drop that. Speaking of tongs. Oh, I can make blue steel and red steel tongs. I don't know if there's a difference between them though, because it's not really telling me. I would assume. I would kind of assume that there's not much of a difference between them. Like, I would hope they would just have the same durability when it's just a, when it's a piece like that. But it's added in by a different add-on for, TerrafirmaGreg, so I'm not sure if they made the colored steel have those kind of properties. Okay, and then just get that. We can get rid of this charcoal, and then once these are done cooling down, we should have all of our ingots. I'll melt down the blue steel later for whenever I need it. I'm gonna do that on the big smelter. Okay, there we go. So that quest is complete, which means I should be able to take these red steel ingots, make myself a red steel anvil. There we go. I'm just going to put this over here because we're going to need to melt this down later. It'll be a full thing of black steel, too. That's really good. Full, like, 14 ingots worth of black steel. Ah, see? We got a red steel anvil. Now we can start working red steel. I'm pretty sure the plates we could have always done in a... Oh, actually, we... Wait. Okay. We can. We can just make them with the create thing. Mechanical press? Okay. What do we make out of red steel, though? There's no tools. I mean, I guess the real answer is bucket. So, I guess we should make a little bit more red steel. Yeah, I'm gonna make another round of red steel. I'll be real, I don't remember. I don't remember the reason why I did this. I think it was just so I'd have access to it for later. Well, I guess now that we have access to that, cool. Let's just work on something else then. Okay. Um, yeah, item pipes. That would be a good thing eventually to have, like, item pipes to automate certain processes. You know what? I was working on that windmill, wasn't I? Oh, I need the leather. That's what I was doing. Let's put up these tongs. I think I will make some of the other tools because, like, um actually I wonder if, considering I'm not doing like crops out in the field that much anymore, I wonder if a red steel scythe is even really worth it. I would like to make there's a couple tools in here that I would like to make. Like, I want to make this this red steel mining hammer. You know what I should do? Well, I want to make I kind of want to make this red steel spade too. That way I can clear ground a little bit easier. And I want to do the red steel one because I guarantee you that that speed is going to be like the blue steel one would probably be too fast. I think what I'll do before I make the decision on what to make them in, I'll probably go into creative mode and in my creative world and test out the red steel versus the blue steel. Sometimes I forget that you can just do that. You can just go into like a creative world to test things. You don't necessarily have to make it to test. Okay, scrape tide. So then we gotta soak it in water, and then once it's done soaking in water, we gotta put it in tannin. So we got another 15 minutes before that stuff will be done. Let's see. We can probably get rid of these for now. So let's see what we need to make our circuit. I'll add this to the quests or to our thing. The issue. Oh wait, no, we don't want to do that one. We want to do the one made with the recipe sequence, which does remind me we need a deployer. That's actually the most important thing. I don't think is this quest a requirement for entering into low voltage? I think it's just no. Entering into low voltage. That other quest for the circuit doesn't actually matter. I don't think. I think it's just the motor that matters for like the quest wise. But we are going to need a deployer. Which means we're going to need an electron tube, a brass hand. Brass hand should be easy, yeah. Electron tube is where we start getting into some weird stuff. We're gonna need glass tubes. We're gonna need a resin circuit board. We're gonna need red alloy wire and a resistor, which is going to require charcoal dust is fine. It's whatever. Sticky resin, fine wire, charcoal dust. We have access to paper, so okay. Let me get. I'm still eating this food. I haven't really gotten. I did eat before this, but this is going to be my main meal for the next like 4 hours. I need to finish this before it gets too cold. Ball molds. Hmm. Let's see. You're right. I'm assuming it's lying to me about low voltage. And we can get glass dust from grinding up actual glass blocks. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good idea. Yeah, because it's definitely much easier to make a single glass block than it is to do this process. Um yeah, so that's a pretty good idea. Yeah, I'll add mold the mold to the thing. We're gonna need resistors. A resin board should be fine. We need to make the sticky resin. I know that. We should have access to plenty of sulfur. And we have plenty of latex. I should go grab a barrel of latex and process that first. Let me grab a barrel. Oh yeah, this one's filled with molasses. I need a barrel that's not filled with molasses. 3x3 table pour. How does that work? Does it spread out across the entire does it spread out across the entire 3x3? Okay, we're gonna go test this in creative mode. I'm gonna go test this because I remember hearing that it did stuff like that, but I'm gonna go test this in creative. I would need more of the oh actually I can make brass blocks now, can't I? I think. I was able to make because like I can make brass blocks for the for that stuff instead of needing the clay. Okay, well I thought that would delete it, but I think it's because I'm not in cheat mode. Yeah, I'm also going to test the since I want to test this anyways. I'm going to test I'm going to test those tools as well. What else do we need? We need a blowpipe, some silica blend. Uh, I'm gonna need something to heat it up with. Just make. I don't have anything. I don't have anything set up for like the basic things. Um, we get some logs. Which one of you burns for the longest? Is it really just maple? I think maple and like hickory burn the longest. I'm gonna grab some of this stuff. Flint. I also don't know what the difference because artisanal adds in flint and red steel and flint and blue steel, and again, I don't know what the difference between those two is. I already had one though. Okay, but I do want red steel. I want to try the spades. I want to try I want to try the pickaxe too. And what was that other one? The mining hammer. Piston under the middle block, my 3x3. So oh, that's actually a really good idea. That's smart. I might have to copy that. Let's see. Mining hammer, fade, and pickaxe. Pickaxe. Yeah, okay. Don't get too excited, game. Cheating. Up, up. Okay. Yeah, I want to test this because I've never done this before. One. Well, that's not what I was intending. Do you need an actual um fire starter for that? I know there's probably like other things I could have done to like heat up the glass batch, but to be real with you, I just kind of couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. Okay. Um I need I need a crafting inventory. Craft work. Okay. So I should be able to just do that. And while that's heating up, I want to test out these spades. Okay, so if I use this red steel spade, that was like instant. That was also instant. I don't think, as far as the spades go, I don't think it matters. I don't think the mining speed's gonna matter. So I'm pretty sure for the spades, red steel's going to win out on that one because I really don't think it matters at that point. How we doing here? Okay, so I should be able to do a table pour. Right click with a paddle. Paddle. Is it? Oh, you know what? You're right. I should. You're right. I probably should turn off creative. Okay, so that really did just do 9 of those. You are right. But I didn't realize that. um, a game mode, survival. I'm expecting pretty similar results, but we gotta do this for science. We gotta test empirically. Okay, I like that. I like the table pour thing. I didn't know it did that way. Okay, red steel spade. Okay. Not instant, but close. Blue steel spade. Much faster. But actually blue steel is pretty nice, isn't it? Yeah, because blue steel isn't too fast. That's the issue I run into um with these kind of area mining tools, is a lot of times they do it so fast you end up like breaking way more than you intended. That blue steel, I might have to consider the blue steel actually. Okay. Mining hammer. Okay. Decently fast. Blue steel is definitely a lot faster. Let's try the normal pickaxe. Okay, and red steel. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think we're definitely gonna favor blue steel over anything that like breaks stuff. Yeah. Well, you can also do with the spade, you can also like hold on, let me uh I mean I probably would oh I just put it back into survival mode. Creative. Um but so like you should be able to, yeah, you can mine single blocks as long as you hold shift. Let's see how fast this. Although I'm pretty sure, yeah, speed wise, I was just about to say, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the speed would make a big difference because I know that like even my normal steel shovel is way faster than the spades. Yeah. And okay, I'm thinking that for shovels it is going to be um yeah. I think for the shovels, is there a difference between these two items? Um let me go back into survival. So I don't, am I in? I'm already in survival. But yeah. Okay, because for grass it doesn't mine instantly, but actually, why is this? I feel like this should be faster. Oh yeah, the blue steel's a lot faster. Maybe it's just it's sand that gets like torn through instantly with the shovels, isn't it? Is there sand anywhere near here? Oh, there's sand. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. Um, having the masterful crafted, the crafting bonus like affects speed, doesn't it? Because I know for a fact that my normal steel shovel is faster than this. I'm in creative. Okay. This is still pretty fast though. Yeah, that's pretty fast. Okay, yeah. So the red steel one doesn't. This is pretty good though. If you need to absolutely demolish some sand. It's funny that it's slower in creative mode. Okay. I think it's still, hold on. Let's see. Shovel, steel, red steel shovel, mining level or mining speed 11, and what's a normal steel shovel? Mining speed 9. I'm pretty sure the I'm pretty sure that the forging level does affect the speed though, because I'm pretty sure my steel shovel was faster than that red steel shovel. Which, you know what? I'm gonna make a steel shovel first, when I do that, a red steel shovel first, because if it's even close to the speed of a blue shovel, uh, it'll be better for the durability for mining sand. And if it's not, then we can just make another blue steel shovel. But I think we probably are going to favor blue steel for anything that's where speed is a factor, and red steel if it's just for durability. Okay. All right. So this does make the 9 glass panes. And then, oops, no, I'm back to not cheating a bit. So the glass dust. Okay, so we have glass dust. Okay, let me see. Glass pane. Okay, so the macerator will turn it into um yeah, well, so the only thing is like I've been getting sand from like our own island, and I kind of don't want to completely demolish the ecosystem. And so a blue steel spade might actually be a little bit more than what I want for that specific purpose. But if we were ever at a situation where we just wanted to absolutely demolish a beach, blue spade would be the way to go. Okay, so any glass pane in a macerator gives me 3 piles of tiny dust. Okay, and then 3 piles of tiny dust. 9 of them can be combined into a single glass. Yeah, this is a lot more efficient because we can get a pile of glass dust using a single row from a full table pour. So we would get 3 piles of glass dust from this as opposed to 1 pile from a single block. That is definitely a lot better. All right, let's go back into our main world. Okay. We should work on that. We should get some brass blocks. Okay. I already have that. We just need the 27. Heck, we're gonna need more than that. Um, we need 9 by 9. Maybe using the clay would be a better idea. To start. Can this get made any other special way? That's just powder, and that's just yeah. Because that's still what we need. 9 times 9. We need 81 pieces of brass. That's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit more than I really want to do right now. And the issue with the clay, how much do we have left? We have 28. We need 4 times 9. So we would need a little bit more. Wait, that's fire clay anyways. That's not the actual clay. We could always go and grab some more to do a table pour like that. Or we could just go and start scraping as much copper out of our mines as we can. Because we're going to want to do the brass anyways eventually, right? Okay. Give me that back. Uh, how many do I have here? 7? Yeah, that's not nearly enough. Okay. Let's do some calculations, I guess. Um, brass. So 90% copper and 10% zinc. Um, we can do so we would need we want to do these in batches of 10 since it's divisible by 10. And what I say, we need 80, so we should do 90. A batch of 90. Uh, and then times, so we would need like 81 pieces of copper, and then the rest of the 9 would be zinc. Yeah. All right. That sounds like fun. And I do always talk about how much copper we have. We actually have a stack of copper there already. And it's just flat out more efficient. I don't think I can give up the efficiency. Like 3 times efficient for making these tubes, and probably other things too, right? Because this isn't the only thing we can do with glass dust. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, okay. So if I'm reading this right, if we got a table pour, we could do we could table pour um the panes, grind the table pour up, the 9 panes that we get, which would give us 3 blocks of glass. So doing a table pour is a better way to make glass blocks if you just want the pure glass blocks. So the only issue is I don't think that this glass dust can be used to make like colored glass, although I don't remember. I know there's a process for making colored glass that isn't just use a different color of sand to start with. Well, it's fine. It's fine because um this glass block will still grind up into a single glass dust. So we're not like just look, don't worry about it. So I think like getting the table pour is probably would probably be a good thing to focus on anyways. Um listen, uh I don't know if I don't know if some of the things they do in that anime, I don't know if you would want to necessarily follow a lot of their instructions. Okay, we're gonna make that table. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go scrape more copper off the walls. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 stacks of 8, which that's 32 already. I'm just gonna go try and get enough dust, though. I'm going to. I'm gonna. Man, I hope there's enough copper in that mine. There definitely should be. There's copper all over the place. Um, but I think I need to put up a lot of this stuff. We're just gonna put these in here for now. Yeah, I need to put up all this stuff. I'm gonna go into the mines again, where we're going our favorite pastime. Going into the mines. We can use up some of these tools so that I can replace them with colored steel. That's really what we're gonna do. Okay, put that in there. Put this here. Rest of it goes somewhere else. Man, one of these days, Full Metal Alchemist is one of those animes that I really should go back and watch all the way through one of these days. Um, I watched a lot of I've watched like the beginning of Full Metal Alchemist a couple times because uh here in the United States we had a thing called Toonami. I'm sure they had it in other places too, but it was a real big thing culturally. We had Toonami, and Fullmetal Alchemist would come on Toonami, and I watched it there, but I never got the chance to like fully finish watching it. I've definitely heard some of the things. I think I got around to the part where like they started introducing like the Seven Deadly Sins guys. That was fun. The most thing I remember is there was this one guy with white hair that went around and just caused chaos constantly for some reason. I don't think I ever remember his motivation. I just remember him being like really upset about the way things are and like using alchemy on a town about it. Let's see. What was I need food. Yeah, we'll just ooh, actually, you know what? I could make real sandwiches. Yeah. That yeah, that's been my estimation of it, is that that's kind of just what most of it's about. I know like the vast majority of it is just them making fun of the Full Metal Alchemist. Um I know they're Elrics, and I know that the suit of metal is Alphonse, but what's the other one's name? I don't remember the main character's name. Uh but I like the fact that Ed. Okay. I was gonna go with I was thinking it was something like I knew it started with an E. I just couldn't I was gonna say like Edward, but I'm like that's not right. Edward's like the vampire, right? Um Edward. Yeah. I guess his name probably is actually Edward, isn't it? Um Yeah, I just remember that they don't normally call him that. Nah, I just remember most of the anime is just them making fun of Edward for being short and him being like, I'm not short, magic attack. But yeah, I thought it was pretty funny. I think the funniest joke that I still remember uh from that show is I never got to the episode, but I know I've seen the memes enough to know what happens with the dog and the girl, I guess. I'm assuming girl. Sounds like a girl name. It literally means girl in some languages. Um yeah, I don't know. I have a slightly higher tolerance for like that kind of stuff happening in fiction. For example, one of my favorite animes, sort of. I don't know. It's I don't know where I would rank it in terms of like how much I actually like this anime, but I did really like this anime. But it's Elfen Lied, which I think is a German anime or was originally a German anime. It's an old one though. That one's like I think that was like a 90s anime, and that one's pretty messed up. Uh, yeah, yeah, a lot of messed up stuff happens in that one. Man, and I feel like I feel like that's one of those ones where like the most messed up stuff that happens, like people don't even like acknowledge how messed up it is. They're like they get focused on like the main character things. And a lot of the stuff with the main character is pretty messed up too, but like and it's not even like messed up on the way of like in like the way that some things are. It's just like, man, it was so sad. Uh but then there's also I watched through the Netflix a while back because I mean this was like probably 10 years ago at this point. So like I was going to say like recently, but like 10 years ago isn't really that recent, but it's definitely more recent than the other series. But Netflix did a bunch of movies for Berserk. And I always I've heard of Berserk before this, and I had heard about it, but that was my first time like actually watching it. And that was pretty good actually. Berserk was those Berserk movies was pretty good. It's still messed up what happens, but you know, one does not watch something about Berserk without knowing what they're getting into. I've heard the manga is really good. If those movie adaptations were any indication, it's probably pretty good, but I don't know for sure. The person that made Berserk, the mangaka, he passed away recently. A really sad day for manga in general because of how influential he was. Let's do let's do some soybeans. Let's process these soybeans. I think it's salt water, isn't it? Yeah, it takes a bucket of salt water for each soybean. It's a good thing the ocean's fairly close. But let's see. I know I had something else to talk about with not about Berserk, but regarding Berserk. Yeah, I know that one's really popular. Um, I haven't really kept up with it at all. Yeah, I one of these days I'd like to read more manga at some point if I could, but honestly, I never got into it enough to like actually get the physical copies. Mostly just because like they take up so much space. And I don't know. I don't know. There's a couple there's a couple animes I've watched that I'd like to read the manga. There's there was one that got adapted to Netflix recently. The series is called Delicious in Dungeon, but everybody refers to it as Dungeon Meshi. Uh, that one was really popular on Tumblr before it got the anime adaptation, and I really liked the anime adaptation. And I've heard the manga is really good, like better in some ways. So I would like to I'd like to read that one at some point. Yeah, that one was a real fun one. Yeah, that one's a good anime. I'm glad it ended up being good because I'd heard a lot of really good things about it, and I'm glad it ended up living up to the expectations. Mostly because so mostly because like the first couple episodes of Dungeon Meshi, uh I had some issues with them at the start. And realistically, it's just because I didn't like the way that yeah, I didn't like the way that they treated Marcel at the beginning of the anime, and um I'm glad that it didn't end up like devolving into weird stuff, because that can happen with a lot of animes like that. Because they really did kind of oh well, this sugarcane rotted. Oh no. Oh well. I'm not even going to be using. I'm not even planning on using sugar for a whole lot. I'm planning on just. I also have honey. I could like. These bees produce honey, and I really could just be scraping the honey out of these beehives for sweetener instead of. Can I just do that with a jar? Yeah, jar of honey. Yeah, and then I just honey. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a jar. I'm gonna start scraping some honey out of these things. But yeah, they. Ooh, I don't have any jars. I have any just normal jars. Can I just remove the lid? Surely I can just take the lid off. No? Okay. Well, put that back in there. Oh yeah, yeah. That was. I know Dungeon Meshi. Like a lot of people, like I said, I have a slightly higher tolerance for stuff like that than what some people have. So I remember people saying like, because like okay, everybody talks about like the senshi stuff with like being messed up. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like that one's like less messed up than some other things that happen in some other animes. But I'll be real with you. The scene with Fallon at the end after they kill the dragon, um we all know the one. The scene with Fallon and her brother, whose name eludes me at the time. It's not Legoshi. That's Beastars. Laios. Yeah, that scene. That one messed me up a little bit. That one was very visceral in ways that I don't think a lot of other media ever really gets to. Um, copper. Copper is what I need. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I'm glad that I didn't get spoiled on that one. Because I remember me and my partner were watching Dungeon Meshi as it came out. We watched the weekly episodes of Dungeon Meshi. Uh, and yeah, that was messed up. I will admit. Go away, go away. Why do you have a shovel? I guess he is in the mines. Okay, listen. Why are the copper mines filled with zombies? Okay, the issue is I don't have a whole lot of health. Hold on. Yeah, I mean it's a surprisingly common trope in media. Um and there's probably a lot to unpack from that in general, but uh that's a lot more like sociological stuff because it really is a very popular thing to be put into media. Um like okay, hold on. I gotta focus for a second while I make sure I don't get killed by skeletons. Okay. There. I don't hear any bone men. None of the bone taxmen come to tax my bones. Um, so okay, so I'm a pretty big fan of fighting animes in general. And I fighting animes, I really mean a very specific kind of genre that I think a lot of people I think people that don't watch fighting animes um don't really understand. Oh, hi. Oh, nope. Okay, time to leave. This part of the mine belongs to the creepers now. All right. I don't think I would survive 2 explosions. I think I would barely survive 1. Okay, so I'm gonna start mining out the extra copper that was in this section that I never got around to getting. So, uh, okay, so I like fighting animes, and like I said, I really like one of the things I like doing is like dissecting what exactly that really means, like what is a fighting anime, because I have interesting theories about fighting animes, and that I don't know if everybody is prepared uh for my ideas about fighting animes. Not because they're like controversial or something, but because like the world is not ready to admit. First of all, Yu-Gi-Oh and like I mean especially Yu-Gi-Oh, but like also animes like Pokemon and whatnot. I'm a firm believer that those are also fighting animes. And I can explain I can explain more if we need to, but like uh those kind of like quote unquote kid animes like that I think are very often like actually just fighting animes in disguise. Now, the thing I'm getting at though with which will tie back into some of the other points that have been made. Um, so I one of the fighting animes that I watched recently is Baki. Baki the Grappler, I guess is the full name of the title. Um, that was a fun anime. So Baki is a pretty like stock standard fighting anime because it just follows this guy called Baki. He's the super special guy. He's the most special boy in the world because his dad is super special. And of course, I'm being highly reductive when I'm saying this, um, because there's a lot more to it than that. But he is our special boy who is really strong for narrative purposes. And it's definitely Baki is an interesting one because I think I liked Baki, but I don't think I could really recommend it to most people. Um, you'd have to like really like fighting animes in the first place to like Baki, and um, and even if you like fighting animes, Baki is a little bit much in some regards. So like for example, the reason why I don't necessarily recommend Baki, um, I was not expecting nearly as much cannibalism in the uh in that anime. Uh, it happened a lot in the or relatively speaking, it happened a lot in the second part, and I wasn't quite expecting that. It definitely okay. So listen, there's a lot of things we can go into as to like why this is the case and like how this ends up happening. First of all, I have lots of things to say about this kind of topic. So first of all, you ever notice that like cannibalism's like surprisingly common in video games? Uh, I mean, like we're literally playing a game where you can kind of engage in cannibalism, right? Like I have on me rotten flesh that I can eat this stuff, and this stuff comes from a zombie, which we can like assume is like you know was a person at some point. So it's like actually it's really common in video games. Like you look at games like Fallout, where it's always in the games. Like I feel like it's one of those things that like uh every we all agree that it's a really bad thing to engage in that kind of practice. But for some reason, it appears a lot more in media than it feels like it should. But the thing is, so there's okay. How exactly do I go about explaining this? Okay, so first of all, one of the things that you need to understand about fighting animes is the fighting the fight is very often um the fighting often carries very romantic connotations or like implicit romantic undertones, right? There's a lot of like okay, look at a series like JoJo. JoJo has a lot of themes of like camaraderie and like maybe not fully romantic, but like definitely um more than just what you would typically understand as like platonic friendship. And this plays into the cannibalism thing because one of the things that is like there's a trope in media that is like cannibalism as like a yeah. Um cannibalism there's a trope with cannibalism being a God, I wonder if YouTube's gonna have anything to say about this video once I get around to uploading it onto YouTube. Um there's a thing with cannibalism where it is a uh it's seen as a very intimate thing. And I think that's why we end up with what we have in Baki. Uh ooh, okay. It seems as a very like toxic form of like intimate love, right? Because we see this in Baki because in Baki the cannibalism is like framed as okay, let me tell you, I guess I should probably back up a little bit and tell you exactly how this even happens. Um so oops, almost fell. So Baki's kind of weird because like on Netflix it's split up into like weird parts. Like it's split into you have like the first part, which is like an underground fighting tournament essentially. Like there's some weird stuff that I'll be real with you. This anime is weird. Like even as far as like fighting animes go, this one gets into some weird stuff. Um, but there's like this weird like kind of, it's not even really like an underground tournament per se. It's just these guys are just doing this. Like essentially there's a group of people who like, and the start of the anime explains this, and it doesn't make any sense in context, and it quotes Carl Jung. And if you don't know anything about philosophy, Carl Jung is a bit of a weird guy when it comes to philosophy. Let's see. Strangers by Ethel Kane. Yeah. I've heard. I've heard the name of that author. Oh, song. Ethel Kane. So I'm assuming that's a musician then. I've heard their name. I don't think I've ever, if I've heard any of their music, I didn't know that it was them, but I've definitely heard of that person. But yeah, no, this is like actually, and like this is specifically getting into um certain ideas of like queerness, right? Like this is more of a thing in like in certain queer media than it is in other media. But like okay, so there's this weird tournament thing going on. There's these um there's these guys, it's like it's explained as like synchronicity or something, basically. Like, and I have to explain that this doesn't make this a bad anime. I just have to explain that this is just how fighting animes are, okay? And I can go back and talk even more because I've got a lot to talk about on this topic. um but like it doesn't really explain it much more than that. All you have to agree is that there's a group of people who are like wanting to fight for narrative purposes. That's literally it. There's just a narrative device that says these guys are all here in Japan for some reason, and they're participating in some weird underground pseudo tournament to see who's the strongest, right? And so that's how like most of Baki is at the start. Later on, because like we have this huge cast of people, and there's all sorts of these crazy themes about like um romance. There's even because there's even like a big thing with Baki himself, our titular main character, who has a romantic interest, a female romantic interest. um and there's some stuff with them, and it's they still manage to put it into like the context of fighting as well, which is about the gayest way you can have straight sex, but whatever. um so later on, and this is like part of part two, essentially. I'm calling this part two. I don't remember if this is what they call it, but like part two of the anime, I will admit and this is one of the reasons why I like Baki. Part two of Baki has probably hands down the absolute best like opening premise for a fighting anime, right? The premise, like, okay, the theme song during the OP for this part of Baki, the whole thing starts out and it depicts this scene. But like the premise of Baki, the premise of this second part of Baki is that some scientists dug up like an iceberg, or like it's not an iceberg. We find out that this is from when the meteor hit Earth that wiped out the dinosaurs. It's based off of that whole thing. um when that meteor hit, it like caused like this all this stuff, and basically like this guy, they uncovered this like salt deposit that was like kicked up by the meteor impact. and and or it's like salt and ice. I don't really remember, but anyways, in this rock is a fully preserved T-Rex, and alongside the T-Rex is a guy who is just beating the crap out of it, like right in the middle of like just punching this T-Rex in the face. And like I said, if you're a fan of fighting animes, it's definitely like the best premise for a fighting anime I've ever heard for like a season. Yeah, it's one of the sickest things possible. It's so cool. Like we've dug up a T-Rex and there's a guy inside who's fighting it. Yeah, it is. Um So they end up calling this guy, they end up calling him Pickle, which is really funny because he's hyper strong. Like this guy is caveman strong. Like like dude fights dinosaurs. How are you going to have a better training regiment than fighting a T-Rex on a daily basis, right? Um but they call him Pickle and it's really funny. Um and like like part of the way that the anime like describes Pickle, or like the way that Pickle is characterized, is he's like the primal man, you know? He's the like big time like real alpha guy because he like actually lived in times where men had to fight T-Rexes to survive. So like he really does like fit into that archetype. And because of this, the show does spend quite a bit of time like it spends a weird amount of time like talking about Pickle and like his kind of sense of morality, like his law of the jungle type morality, which like dude existed before we had things like philosophy. So yeah, he kind of is just law of the claw, jungle ruler type guy. Um the only issue is some of this does manifest in really weird ways. Like Pickle, at the start, he so everybody wants to fight this guy, and it really is just like very indicative of fighting animes in general because like everybody sees this guy who is like a primeval man who probably like this dude just like fights to survive. He doesn't really fight for fun, even though like that they kind of have to force that into the show later on anyways. But like everybody is wanting to pick a fight with this guy. Um, but like the thing is like since Pickle is like an ancient primeval man, he he eats anything that he kills, right? Because that's what he did when he was in his own time. Essentially, he would kill a T-Rex and he would eat the T-Rex because like you know why else are you gonna like go and kill something if you're not gonna eat it, right? Um, and that ends up extending to like the rest of our cast. Um, they all get into fights with Pickle, and then he like takes a part of them. Like there's this one guy, and I swear there's like a meme about this guy where he continuously like loses body parts because this isn't even the first time he's lost some body part. Um, but like he loses a leg to Pickle, and it's a very weird scene because um he's just like we get like his voiceover like talking about how like he's okay with Pickle eating his leg because Pickle won the fight fair and square, and it's like an honor thing, and also something about um fighting spirit, and something about it being a big honor to be eaten by a guy who beat you up in a fight. um i don't really I don't really like I it's just a weird thing that keeps happening. But like not only that, and I've been dropping a lot of frames today. I've been looking at my thing and I keep dropping frames. Um, but this isn't actually like the only issue I have with Baki. The other issue I have with Baki is another thing with Pickle. Um, okay, actually, now that I think about it, I have more issues with Baki than just this. But there's another thing with Pickle where at the start of I'm not going to describe this too much for content reasons, but at the start of Pickle's whole thing, like the military has him like under lockdown or something essentially, like they just have him and they're just trying to figure out what to do with him because also mind you nobody can kill this guy. Like this has been like established, this guy is like immune to bullets as well because fighting is this just not what am I supposed to do with this? Okay, you are supposed to be drying. Dry out. It must be raining too much for this stuff to dry out. But like, um, because of course, like being a guy who can fight T-Rexes means that you're also immune to bullets for some reason. It's just that's just how it works. I don't make the rules. But if you can fight a T-Rex, then guns don't work on you. Um, so yeah, obviously. So okay, I gotta put this in the tannin. So like, man, I almost even hate like just talking about this happened, what happened because it's so upsetting. Um, at the beginning of this, he's like being escorted by some guards, and he just assaults a reporter, a female news reporter, just straight up assaults her, and there it's done as a way to like show that Pickle is so overwhelmingly powerful that nobody can stop him, because there's like guys with guns around and they're completely powerless to stop Pickle from doing whatever he wants. And I'm not necessarily against using those kind of themes in media um for your stories, but like you really have to be careful with that kind of stuff and make sure you give it the proper like time and reverence that it deserves. And um the issue is because like Berserk has like lots of similar themes in it, right? It has some similar themes. There's some assaults that happen in that series, but with Berserk, they like it's really done to show just how evil that one guy in particular is, and also like does lead to it gets tied in with the other character's story at some point. But in Baki, it's just never brought up again. It literally never comes up again. It happens in one episode, and then that's it. That's it. It just they never mention it again. Never even the barest hint of bringing up what happened and talking about it. It's just completely forgotten. And that's why I'm not a huge fan of a lot of especially that second part of Baki. Yeah, it's not, man, why do I really do keep dropping frames. I'm noticing I keep having spikes where I drop a few frames. I've dropped like 3% of my frames this entire stream, it looks like. Pretty crazy. I don't know what's going on. Probably something with the internet. The internet in this town it can be a little spotty at times. Um but yeah, no, I that's one of the main reasons I really can't recommend Baki to anyone. The first half of it was pretty good, even though there were some like weird themes with it, but you kind of get that with all fighting animes. Um but yeah, that second part with Pickle, I'm I can't, it definitely brings the entire anime down. Because like you even talk about like we keep mentioning JoJo. I've actually been rewatching JoJo. Um because it's one of those things that like uh I'll put something on Netflix on in the background when when I'm doing something else, or like if I'm going to sleep. If I'm in the bedroom, I'll have something on. And so I've been rewatching um JoJo, and I'm still on like part 1 right now because I like just started doing it. But like for example of ways to like do those kind of themes properly, um in JoJo you have like the very first episode, and this is part of the reason why I really like why Dio is such a good villain, because in the very first episode of part 1 of JoJo, Dio just like straight up establishes that he is very evil, and everything he does is, ooh, I'm dropping frames again. I got my bitrate lowered. Hold on. Why is my bitrate, my connection? Okay, it's clearing up. I think we're just gonna have to deal with the occasional parts where the stream just drops a bunch of frames for no reason. But like the first episode of JoJo very much like very quickly establishes that Dio is just the worst. And of course, like one of the, I mean, like there's the part where he kills the dog. That's really messed up, in all honesty. But there's also the part where he does assault Arena in a very not like it's not as bad of an assault as some assaults in other media. But it's still an assault. And it is done as a way to like show, hey, this guy is incredibly evil. Yeah, I remember hearing that where Araki he specifically loves dogs so much. Like he really likes dogs, and that's why he keeps having the villains kill dogs because like, what could be more evil than killing a dog? And I think he's pretty based for that actually. Um but yeah, like Dio assaults Arena at the very beginning. And so like that's a good way to, well, I mean, and like I said, it's not like Dio also like assaults a lot of other people, especially later on in the series, but they're just like NPC characters, I guess, but it is done as a way to like show how evil this character is. Although of course there's definitely something to be said about how a lot of times female characters get kind of reduced to that role. It is a very reductive thing to do, even if it is to like demonstrate how evil a person is, because then you're just reducing these characters to, prop pieces to like be a they're essentially like props in the male's story. But I don't know. It's definitely better than what Baki did. Mm. I'm gonna finish my food. I made meatloaf. Fridging. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that term. You might have to explain that one to me. Oh, but I made meatloaf last night. And this morning, I made some rice and some gravy to go with the meatloaf, the leftover meatloaf. Really good. Oh, delicious meatloaf. I made mm, I took like half a pack of mushrooms. It was like half a pound of mushrooms and like half of a really big onion. Like it was a big onion, so basically like a whole onion. I use those in my food processor. I typically do the mushrooms in the food processor because it's so much easier. But I also did the onions this time because I was like, it doesn't matter. It's going into meatloaf anyways. It worked out really well. I took that onion and the onion and mushroom mixture and like cooked it, fried it in the skillet with some olive oil and some garlic and all my seasonings. Mm, so delicious. But yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where like I'm not necessarily against the idea of people including darker themes in media, including things like assault and like other things where you off a character to motivate another, often a female love interest. I've definitely heard of that. I've heard of that. I didn't know it was referred to as fridging, but yeah, I've definitely heard of a lot of those kind of things. It is a pretty big problem in media, and I think it's like, and I mean like it's it's an interesting one because it's a very realistic and understandable. Here, do you want to lick the bowl here? Is that where you're coming over here? The bowl? Cat likes to lick the bowl when I'm done eating. I know I just said that there's onions in there, but there's not nearly enough to cause any harm. Um, so I think it's because it's a very easy motivation for people to understand. I think it goes both ways for like for any gender or whatever, what have you. Because I mean, this happens to Goku. Um, I guess, I guess Krillin got over it. I mean, we're talking about Dragon Ball, a series where you have magical wish orbs. But they did that with Krillin to Goku. Um, oh, really? Wow, that one is pretty messed. That's pretty messed up. Um, dang. Yeah, that would be that would definitely mess me up. That would definitely motivate me to tear everything around me down. Um, that reminds me of a scene in Saints Row 2. I'll have to talk about that in a bit. Um, but I get it's a very easy motivation for people to understand. It's an issue when you look at like the wider social ramifications when it comes to like using a female character for that role, right? Because like it'd be one thing if we had like a whole bunch of female and like good female representation in media, and I think we've definitely gotten a lot better over the years. So I think we're probably at a point where it's a less egregious of a sin. But in the context of like older media, especially, it was a bit of an issue if your female character was just there to motivate the revenge plot by the male character. Um, but then again, I'm pretty sure you can point at Greek tragedies where this kind of stuff happens too. Um, but it's like it's one of those things where why are your paws wet? Why are you wet? How did you get wet? Okay, please stop pawing at owie claws. Okay, are we good? I'm gonna assume you were just licking your paws earlier, and that's why your paws are wet. Um, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like having that thing with like characters getting assaulted and whatnot. Like it's one of those things where I wouldn't say that you like can't do that in your media, but I would say that 9 times out of 10, like 99 times out of 10, you probably shouldn't, because like the odds that you actually like, especially if you're not somebody who has like experienced anything like that, um or experienced anything with that at any point, um then you really run the risk of just of not doing the right thing, like not giving it the proper reverence or anything that it deserves. And there's very little payoff if you even if you do it successfully. It's still something that a lot of people don't want to see in their media, period. um so yeah, you better be careful, better make sure that you know what you're doing before you try to do junk like that. um let's see. But there's a couple good instances I've seen. Ooh, can I not? I can't stack any higher than this. This is the max stack. Oh, it's because I have a shelf in the way. I've seen a couple instances. Surprisingly enough, one of the better instances I've seen of that kind of stuff was actually in Skyrim. There's a character in the Thieves Guild, and most people don't even know about this. Um, but she has a backstory that includes some stuff, and you don't she doesn't she's not like open and outright with it at the start, and it's not a core part of her character as she is in the moment, even though I guess still Skyrim, she doesn't get a whole lot of development, so it's not like she got a whole lot of good stuff. But it's definitely a way to like, have that as a part of a character and have like, I guess, for lack of better terms, that kind of like representation. um or more like that acknowledgement in media, because I think one of the big issues with uh oh, what was it, one of the things with media is that it really needs to like there's a you need to make sure that you like put in like certain effort with certain topics. And so, like I said, in general, you probably don't want to talk about like certain things unless you really know what you're doing. But you also don't want to like completely censor topics like that because like it is still an important thing to talk about, right? Uh so it's still important to have media that includes stuff like that, but it's just one of those things. You just really have to know what you're doing in order to pull it off without just making things worse. So, but I don't know if anybody else because we're that thing you mentioned with the fridge. It reminds me of something that happened in a Saints Row game, and still hands down, one of my favorite moments um in video games was this scene in Saints Row. And it's mostly because like you have to understand that like in the Saints Row games you're not really a good guy. Like you're not playing a good person overall. Like you're still the leader of a gang. Trying to see if my cat wants out. I don't know where she went. Oh, there you are. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten a cat that was so dark that blends in with. By the way, I don't have the lights on in this room when I'm streaming, and I feel like I've got like blackout curtains on on the windows. Um, but like in Saints Row, you're not playing a good person. You're kind of a jerk. You're a leader of a gang, and like while you're not necessarily going around and like hurting innocent people, um, really at any time, I don't remember, but I don't think there's any instances where the main character in Saints Row like hurts an innocent person. Unless you count like gameplay stuff where you can just like run people over, I guess. But that I don't. That's not an actual story mechanic. Um, but let's see. Okay, so in the Saints Row 2 game, so Saints Row 1 is all about you and the gang building up like a base of power. The Saints Row people, Saints Row Saints, um, building up like your power base and everything. And I can't just make a sandwich with two pieces of bread, can I? That would be impossible to do. So the first one's all about like building up that base, and then you get like kind of betrayed at the end, and your character, the main character from Saints Row, ends up in a coma for a little bit. And this that's how it leads into the second game, right? You go into a coma, and the second game is you waking up with like a bunch of rival gangs have moved in and taken over your turf and everything, and you gotta get it back. It's mostly like realistically it's just a narrative device to explain how the what happened in between the games, but it's a pretty cool one in my opinion, because it also the reason why I think it's so cool is because um it's also used as a reason to explain why your character like looks different in the second game if you decide to choose, like if you decide to make a different character, because you can like import characters across saves in this one. And but this is like to show if you want to like change your character, you can do anything you want. You can like even do a full sex change on them if you wanted. uh which is really cool how they kind of like explain that like narratively in game as well. Okay, but hold on, I need 16, let's hold on, 81 divided by 65 and some change. uh Times 5 1. Okay, is 80. Wow, I didn't realize 80 was completely divisible by 16. Um, but yeah, it is used as like a narrative device to show ooh, I'm gonna have to do this in several batches because these are gonna melt into much more than I can do it into like single batches of 9 or whatever each. Hold on, I need 5. 5 stacks and then 1. So we're gonna take all of this copper and turn it into brass. Yeah. Okay, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 1. Okay. And then I need 9 pieces of tin. Okay, good. So yeah, it's a really good like I said, it's a really good narrative device, and Saints Row does a pretty good job of with this in general. Having these kind of things that like take that kind of stuff into account. Let's see. I just find. Yeah, there's I really like it when games do things like uh explain game mechanics in a narrative way like that. Uh like for example, like if you ever played Borderlands, the respawn mechanic is like canonical in game. Like you actually can just respawn. Like, it's just something that a technology that exists. I need to. You know what? I need. Dead Space is another one of those ones on the list of things that I need to play because I think I actually own the first two on Steam, and I never got the chance to go and play them. But I've heard so many good things about it, and there's a lot of really cool lore in that game from what I've heard. But yeah, so in Saints Row, in the second one, there's a couple different gangs that you have to fight, and let me tell you, I love Saints Row 2. Saints Row 2 is I rate it really highly as one of my favorite games of all time. And the reason for it is that it does such a good job of like actually explaining um and like or like actually having a decent depiction of. Oh, right. I need to remove this. It does such a good job of actually explaining um oh, I have extra oh, okay. I'll just put this in here anyways. Or like actually depicting like gang life type stuff. And how and especially a lot of the less glamorous parts. Um because like I mentioned, so the game you you're playing as like a legitimate like gang member, and I have the story that ties in with the fridge thing, but first I want to, as an example of like some of the rest of the stuff that goes on in this game, I want to give a I want to give an example like some of the other gang stuff you get up to in this. Um so your best friend and like second in command of the Saints Row Saints is a man by the name of Johnny Gat, who is a really cool character who's just like um full on um he's just like he's like a gang heavy. He loves guns. He loves hello. Welcome to the chat. We are talking about Saints Row 2 right now. So um so Johnny Gat is he loves his guns. He likes doing heists, and that's just kind of the majority of his character. Um the cool thing about Johnny Gat, or one of the interesting things, yeah, one of the interesting things about Johnny Gat is that he does deviate from the script a little bit in a very specific way, and that's the fact that Johnny Gat is actually in a very loving relationship with a singer named Aisha. Aisha is and this is in the mostly in the first game. A lot of the first game has to deal with like you trying to um I think in the first game he is when he starts dating Aisha. So he starts dating Aisha, but in the second game, one of the gangs, and the only way I can describe this gang is they're literally just the Asian gang. It is very reductive, but in all honesty, that's what they are in the game. They're like Yakuza knockoff gang, right? And that gang like has there's this kid, he's young, he's like a teenager probably, who is like the son of the person who's in charge of the gang, and um he's trying to like make a name for himself. He's got that character of like, I want to make a name for myself, and I gotta prove to my dad that I'm also a real gangbanger. Um, there are some planes in Saints Row at some point. I just probably not this game though, not in Saints Row 2. Um, so he's trying to make a name for himself, and to make a name for himself, he puts out a hit on Aisha, and it's a successful hit. So Aisha dies, and Johnny Gat is not very happy about this. So we have a funeral for Aisha. It would be really cool if they put planes into TerrafirmaGreg. I know there are some. There's a mod. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a really good mod out right now that adds in planes and like small flying vehicles and stuff. And it would be really cool if they integrated that into TerraFirmaGreg. So so we have a funeral for Aisha, and it's a very somber event. It's raining. Johnny Gat and the main character are there paying their respects to Aisha. They're about to put um they're about to like lower her down. She's in the casket and everything. They're about to lower her down into the ground. And but then all of a sudden, who shows up but this guy from the rival gang. I hate to say this, but it is the yellow gang because all the gangs are color coded and they made the Asian one yellow, which sure, this game came out in like the late 2000s, I'm pretty sure. The late noughties. Uh so this guy shows up. Nope, stop that. Stop that. This guy shows up and crashes the funeral, right? Like the absolute disrespect of this man to crash the funeral of Johnny Gat's girlfriend. Like Johnny Gat, even in this situation, is like before they like show up with all their guns and start like properly crashing the thing. Um, they Johnny Gat is like talking to the guy and is like the guy's all like talking tough to him, being like, haha, we killed your girlfriend. And Johnny Gat's like, just go away. We'll settle this later, but like right now we're having a funeral, so like go away. Yeah. 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 No, that is how it be. It is an unfortunate side effect of game being old. But so 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 like Johnny Gat doesn't even want to fight, but of course they show up with guns, so we have to fight. We fight off we fight off um the rival gang, and at the end the kid's the only one left, and it's this brutal scene, and I do recommend if you ever want to. Oh heck, I forgot to put charcoal on here. um I do recommend like looking up that scene sometime on YouTube or something, because it is such a brutal scene. Because this kid is like there, and like Johnny Gat like knocks him down, like punches him, knocks him on the ground. Kid's on the ground. Johnny Gat's like, get up. So the kid like staggers to his feet. Johnny Gat just lays him out again immediately. Don't know why I have bad luck 3, but sure. Probably because of all the fire. So Johnny Gat like lays this kid out again, knocks him down, just like get back up. Kid gets back up to his feet. Johnny Gat like breaks his arm, breaks his leg every single time. He hits this kid, knocks him down to the ground, breaks something on him. He just says, "Get up," you know? Kid is like beaten all like he's beaten to a pulp almost by the end of this exchange. And this ends with the final hit, like knocking him onto the casket that holds Aisha, Johnny Gat's late girlfriend. So what does Johnny Gat do? Let me tell you what Johnny Gat does. Let me tell you how Johnny Gat gets revenge on this guy who killed his girlfriend. Johnny Gat opens the casket. He opens the casket where, as I said, Aisha is there in the casket. There's her body is lying there. And then Johnny Gat shoves the kid in. Johnny Gat pushes the kid, puts him in the casket next to the corpse of the woman he called a hit out on, and then we bury him alive with Aisha. And yeah, it is hands down one of the hardest moments I've ever seen in a video game. And like I said, I just love the fact that this is a that this whole game is supposed to be about, like, you know, being in a gang and doing gang stuff. And in Saints Row 2, they definitely did not shy away from doing actual gang stuff. Yeah, honestly, he probably could have done a lot worse to him. You're right. There's definitely worse things he could have done, but man, this was one of the worst things. It's definitely up there with one of the worst things you can do to a person. Um, but like, yeah. So, let's see. To restart, cause I didn't figure out how to back up. Yeah, no, that yeah. Listen, here's the thing. I make sure I back up my save for this stream after every single stream. I have a folder on my computer that is filled with backups for this stream, and I also move all of those backups onto external flash drives because I would be absolutely devastated if I lost this world at any point. Gotta make your backups, especially before you do an update like that too, because it can get a little bit a little spicy with what gets changed when you do those things. Hi there, Katie. Are you back again? Okay, but now I get to tell the story about what happens in Saints Row. This is bronze. This is bronze. We needed brass. Okay. All right. Okay, well, we'll just do it again, I guess. Okay. We need brass for things anyways. Um what do I even do with this? Can this get turned back into I need an ingot mold in order to turn it back into. All right, I'm going to build a little monument to all my sins over here, I guess. There we go. All right. Well, if we ever need any more brass, we know where to get it. Or bronze. I can make a lot of drums out of those. It's okay. We're gonna need more of this though. Hold on. Let me get another batch of copper so I can properly do this. Ooh, we might need. Okay, one more. Okay. So at least we have tons of bronze. I never got the chance to play Cyberpunk. I remember when it came out, everybody talked about how bad it was, so I didn't play it. And then I heard later that it got better, but then I just wasn't into it, I guess. Let's see. Is this bismuth? Are you tin? Are you where? You're zinc. Okay, 1, 2. There we go. Well, let's see. Let's see if I can. Let's see if the next story also reminds you of Cyberpunk. So there's another gang in. There's another game in. There's another gang in Saints Row, the Red Gang, which is like this weird. It's kind of like a biker gang, sort of. It's like the best way I could describe it is maybe it's kind of like a redneck gang, but not really, because the main thing with this gang is they love their trucks, and they love they specifically monster trucks. They love their monster trucks, and so let's see. I'll just tell you the end of this one because there's not a whole lot of build up for this one. This guy just really like pisses us off at some point, the leader of their gang. And so what we do is the Saints kidnap his they kidnap his girlfriend, who was also a terrible person, by the way. She also screws us over a few times, I think. They kidnap her girlfriend, and you know how like monster truck rallies have like the line of cars, and then the monster truck drives over them and crushes them. The Saints kidnap that guy's girlfriend and like stuff her in the trunk of one of those cars before the show starts. What was I doing? This. Yes, yes. Glad everybody's. We got people talking. I actually have people in chat talking to each other, and it's not just me. This is the best day of my life so far. Now, if only we can talk about a topic I know about. Now, I need to. Cyberpunk is another one of those ones that I think I'll pick it up whenever it goes. Whenever it goes on sale. Yeah, I need to pick it up when it goes on sale. Because I've heard it's good now. Let's see, zinc. I have the right thing now. We're making brass this time. A bunch of bronze. I don't know. I'm not too. I tend to not be. I tend to not be too put off by like actual by like viscera and stuff, especially not in video games. I mean, I played. God, I played a lot of the uh I played a lot of the I mean like I grew up playing Fallout. I remember a specific time when I was a kid when like some of the like the 3D Fallout started coming out. I was playing like Fallout New Vegas, and I remember like my grandmother was asking like, "Oh, is this a really violent game?" And I was like, "But no, this game isn't too violent." And then I like the next thing I got into, I like shot some guy and their head exploded, and I'm like, this game's actually a lot more violent than I thought at the at the beginning. Oh, but that's great. That's great, Andy. I'm so glad that you were able to recover your world. It's always a great feeling when you're able to do that. Oh yeah. I didn't play. I never got around to playing Doom Eternal, but I did play the first one. I need to. I need to play Doom. There's a lot of games I need to play that I haven't gotten around to. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are games that I even had that I might even have them on Steam, but I just haven't gotten around to playing most of them. Oh yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about video game music a while back. No, Doom has some really good music. That is definitely a very good example of having that kind of like music with those like heavy rock and metal instrumentals and using that to like set the tone, because like man, that music really does make you feel like the Doomslayer. I used that when we were doing D&D at some point. I remember I had a session that took place in part of the Nine Hells, and I used some of the Doom soundtrack for that encounter. Let's see, ready to restart because I want to do things differently, but I don't want to do didn't want to do. Yeah, no, I've done the first part of TerrafirmaGreg a couple times already. Um, because I had a save going that got all the way to the low voltage age, like the start of the low voltage age, and I once I got to that point, I decided I wanted to start streaming and decided to do that. So I decided to restart the game a couple times to like figure out how to do a good early game to get the most, because like the early game, like picking the right spot to set up can really change the way that your game goes. And yeah, a lot of that early stuff with the smelting can be quite a pain. I'm glad that we have this set up now so that we can just use the mechanical pump on the crucible, because otherwise this would be so much more annoying to do. Let's see. Here, if and when you play Cyberpunk, play the River Ward quests. You know, we might. I picked TerrafirmaGreg to play as a because I mean this game will take me like probably the better part of 1,000 hours, and I might not even complete it at after that. Like, I picked TerrafirmaGreg specifically because it takes a really long time, so I could like build up a base by playing the same thing. But I definitely do want to. I would like to, as long as everybody at the community wants it later on, whatever community we build. Um, I would like to play other games as well, or I'm open to playing other games at some point. Um, and yeah, Cyberpunk would be a really good one to play actually, because I haven't played that one, and I know a lot of people like that game, especially now that they fixed it. This let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of games. There's a lot of games that other games I could play on stream. I could always go back and play the Doom games as well. Let's see, get my moment. Yeah, yeah, it's mostly just because you are right. I did mention weekend slots. I do have an idea, and this would be to grow our base a little bit more. I would like to have some streams on the weekend, um, on like a Saturday or something, and I'd like to have maybe a longer stream. So maybe we could do something like Cyberpunk on on that. Man, the only the only issue the only issue is, so I've mentioned before that I have an entirely different, this is an entirely different like account for everything, compared to like my normal account, and I wouldn't want to use my normal account which has all my Steam games, so I'd probably have to just buy the games again, which isn't that big of a deal, especially if I started making money off of this, but it is a little annoying. But yeah, I mean, I don't even own Cyberpunk, so that would be a good candidate to do first, because if I don't even own it, there's even less of a reason for me to not just use my streamer account for Steam. Yeah, I need to schedule one of those weekend streams at some point. We're getting close. We're getting close to some important milestones. We're at 9 followers right now, and I'm thinking we can probably get to 10 followers by the end of the week, and that's a pretty important milestone already. Um, so maybe we could do something for that. But I mean, especially if we ever got to the point where we got up to 50 followers, and I can get Twitch, what is it called? Affiliate? Yeah, affiliate's the first one, and that's when you can start making money off of it. Ooh, I can start making you guys watch ads, and it'll give me money. I don't even know if you guys get ads currently. Do you guys get ads while watching my stream, even though I'm not making money off of it at all? I wouldn't be surprised. I know I personally, I actually don't even really watch much on Twitch, and part of it's because of the ads. Like every time I go to watch Twitch, it just sends me a bunch of ads, and my ad blocker doesn't do anything about them. I don't know if maybe I have to go find a setting for my ad blocker, if even if you can get rid of those or not. But I guess I probably shouldn't be talking about that on Twitch. Jeff Bezos might show up. But I haven't for some larger streamers either. That's weird. Maybe it has something to do with you're in. Ow! 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 Okay. All right. We're good. Anyways, um, sometimes this forge just does catch me on fire every once in a while. Um, so but you're in like Sweden. I wonder if that has anything to do with it, because I know I know the laws in other countries are a little bit more strict than what we might have here in America. Yeah, here in America, it's a corporation's God-given right to send you advertisements. Let's see. Okay, yeah, bad luck. I agree. I agree, game. I probably do have bad luck right now, considering you caught me on fire. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'm glad you guys aren't getting ads if I'm not getting paid for it, though, because it would be a great tragedy for Twitch to just inflict ads upon my viewers and then not even have the decency to pay me for it. But no, you gotta get up to affiliate. I get it. It'd probably be it probably wouldn't be a good thing to have like everybody just immediately have full ad revenue because you'd get some weird stuff going on with that, I bet. Okay, so we're almost done with our zinc after I accidentally made a bunch of bronze. Okay, bronze, brass, I mean. We didn't make bronze this time. Okay, all right, so I got everything. Let's go make these into blocks. It's a good thing we had so much copper lying around, I guess. Okay, and we have some extra left over. And now we have our 8 blocks of brass. I'm going to remove the clay that we have in the other area and just replace it with these brass blocks. I really like that idea about using the piston. Oh, mechanical piston. Okay, piston. Oh, this isn't that bad. I can make brass mechanisms easy. And then the sticky piston, yeah, some glue. Oh, wait, no. Sticky. Yeah. Yeah, we've got glue. Okay. Yeah, let's build a mechanism over here to do our glass working, since apparently I've designated this as glass working area. I'm definitely going to need some more I'm gonna need some more bricks for over here. Let's see. Bricks, put this clay up. Brick time, brick time. Should I use andesite or should I just use rhyolite? Probably andesite. Actually, I have so much rhyolite. Let's use some rhyolite for this. I like it more anyways. Let's go check on the greenhouse while we're doing whatever we're doing. Okay. Let's check on the garden as well. Soybeans are doing good. Tomatoes are doing good. Yay. Okay. How's it going in here? Okay. They're not fully grown yet. This stuff really does take forever to grow in here, but oh, our rice is ready. Let's see. Storage is immaculate. Best I got is my ingots and any food types. Yeah. I went pretty big with this storage system, and I'll be real with you, we really don't need this much. Because I'm using like roughly a quarter of this storage. So I didn't necessarily have to go so big, but we have room to expand. What I'm kind of doing right now, I've been stealing barrels from back here for when I need them for other things. I'm gonna put some storage for like for these liquid barrels back there at some point. Yeah, storage. I'll be real with you. I typically don't have such good storage, which is why I went out of my way to make sure that I did the storage properly in this one. Hold on. Do I need rice grain? Goes into how much water do I need? 200 for each. 200. So let's go one. Um, but I made sure specifically to uh do to set up the storage pretty quickly. Um and I did that for you guys specifically because typically when when I play games like this, I end up not like I don't dedicate the time that's needed to do storage, and so a lot of the game just ends up being me like shuffling through barrels or like chests trying to find the one specific item that I'm looking for. And I'll be real with you, I don't think that would be very fun to watch on stream. So I kind of went out of my way to make sure that the viewing experience is as good for you guys as possible. I already forget what I'm doing half the time anyways. I can't imagine what it would be like watching this when I couldn't even find an item when I needed it. Okay, I'm gonna take this and we're gonna take one of these blocks of tofu. We're gonna make us some soup. Thank you. I did put a lot of effort. It was quite a bit of mental effort to force myself to properly do storage. Okay, cooked rice. Give me the rice. Let's see. Uh, go. There we go. I have a friend who Oh, I need more water in there. I have a friend who is a lot better at staying organized and doing stuff like that than I am, and I really envy her ability to like just do stuff, organizing stuff naturally. Whenever I play games, I typically go like just for pure progression. There it goes. I typically go just for like pure progression, um so like I don't even like half the time I don't even like build anything. This is also some of the most building I've ever done in any of these Minecraft games because I want to make sure that everybody has like nice stuff to look at, and it's not just me in an open field with a bunch of chests and machines, because that is kind of how I normally do things. I'm actually really happy with the way most of this has been so far. Uh, it really has. Yeah, building in this, man, it's just like you always get caught up like doing progression, right? Like I spent like a week doing colored steel. I'm not even using it. I haven't even done anything with it yet. I really should make that bucket I keep talking about. Um, oh yeah, the farm's important. I need to work on more stuff with farming as well. I've got that greenhouse, but honestly, the greenhouse is producing food a lot slower than I had kind of anticipated it to do. Maybe I'll have to go and just like expand it, but uh we'll see. I probably will have to expand it at some point to keep it good. Although I was thinking earlier about ways that I can automate the farm that I want to try out at some point. So maybe we'll look into that once I get this windmill up and running. Speaking of which, leather. That was the thing. We're working on glass making, we're just working on a lot of things. Most of this mod pack is just working on a million different things at once. Okay, belts. I'm gonna need some shafts. I need to make the cogwheels and everything too. Okay, I don't like how the fence block is attached to that. All right, bronze. You stay there in case we need a drum. Uh, okay. I need shafts and I need. Did I ever make? I don't think I ever made more treated wood planks, did I? Our coke oven should be doing really good though. Now that that thing's automated, we should have lots of extra creosote. It's already burned through all of the logs I gave it, but we do have extra creosote. Oh wait, we already had extra creosote. Ah, womp womp. Uh, no, let's go cut down another tree. One of those other trees we planted a long time ago. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is part of the reason why I like this mod pack so much is because there's always something to do. Uh, and I even have the clipboard with the list of all the things we need to do later on. But it is a really good mod pack if you just want something to do for a long time. Like I said, it's part of the reason why I picked it to stream because it's definitely, if there's one thing you've got, it's content. It's a lot of content. This is very bang for your buck style of entertainment too, because you think about it and it's like, man, you could buy a brand new copy of Minecraft for $30 and download this mod pack and you're set for like the next like 1,000 hours or so. Probably more if you, especially if you don't really know much about Minecraft in the first place. But Minecraft in general is just such a great value for what you get out of it. Okay, should be able to cut this one down easy because it's got all the leaves gone. Yippee. Okay, what was I need to do more creosote. I'm gonna do a batch of creosote planks. I need to get that saw up because if we can double the output of these logs with a saw, I'm writing that down. That's going on the clipboard. Let's see. Create saw. You know what my favorite thing about this clipboard is? I don't know. I don't know if everybody knows this, but this clipboard you can just kind of pop it on the wall and like and read it from the wall. I actually really like this create clipboard. Okay. Let's turn these into planks. Yeah, by the way, if you guys didn't know, the create clipboard can go on walls. It's a really cool feature. All right, I gotta finish the roof on this building at some point. Okay, let's go build our table pour area. Yeah, because once we get a table pour area, this will be good. I need the piston though. I need the piston. Cobblestone, brass mechanism, wrought iron rod. Let's see. Don't think I have any wrought iron rods. Don't think I have any brass mechanisms either. Is there an easier way to make these? No, just the assembler. Okay. But we can do these on the anvil real quick. I have brass in my inventory. Single piece of charcoal will be fine. Okay, we should be able to hammer out a mechanism real quick. If I remember correctly, the pattern on the mechanisms is really easy. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, this is one of the great things I like about streaming this game though, because like they haven't really gotten like the quest book to a point where it's like you're able to like just survive off of the quest book. There's a lot of things in like these mods that um there's a lot of like, yeah, that's an easy pattern. There we go. There's a lot of things in like the different mods, like just like a lot of the stuff that you can do in Create itself is um can be pretty in depth. But what I really like is I like the fact that like doing these streams with everybody is that we get to like share information about like how to do different things in this game because like chat often like gives me ideas and things and tells me things that I don't know, and occasionally I can impart my knowledge to chat as well. And it's really fun being able to like figure out these kind of things together. I need cobblestone. I think I don't remember if we had glue on us anywhere. I might have to make some more glue. Unless it's in one of these other chests that we had at the start of this. We might be out of glue. But that's not hard to make. Okay. Glue is super easy, and I might as well just make like a whole thing of glue. Yeah, because it's just slaked lime in there. I need the lime. 20 pieces of lime. Will work. Okay. All right, slaked lime, and then I think we would need 20 pieces of bone meal as well, which I should have checked. I know we can use the mill. Okay. I'll just get some bones and grind them up. I know I have plenty of bones. I'll just take half a stack of bones right now. I'm not gonna grind. Actually, do bones even get used for anything else? Bone meal, needle, flute. I added that recipe in. And they act as rods. So I mean, like realistically, the answer is no. Bones don't actually get used for anything aside from bone meal. And making collagen dust in a sterile clean room in the high voltage age. Okay, whatever. I'll just do this half stack of bones into bone meal. Got my little millstone out here. I'm glad all the create stuff. I had forgotten like all the stuff that you can do with create. Um and I've been recently I've been like remembering like, oh yeah, you can there's all this crazy these crazy contraptions you can make and create, and I'm kind of getting excited to try and make some of those things at some point. Okay, yeah, see, half a stack of bones made over a stack of bone meal and even got me some white dye on top of it. Okay, 20 pieces of bone meal. And we'll seal that up in our lime. Okay, I gotta get the design for this thing kind of hammered out. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll have the blocks themselves be above ground. So like at this level, and then underneath there needs to be a piston here and then a block on top. Yeah, okay. Which should be all I need. Can I redstone. Do we have some kind of redstone wire in this that can easily go up walls? Let's see. Does red wire exist? Oh, more red. There's a more red. Ah, there we go. No, that's network cable. Ah, there we go. Red alloy wire. Okay, yeah, yeah. See, this is the kind of stuff I want. Let's make some red alloy wire. Make it out of fine red alloy wire, red alloy foil, red alloy plate. We need, okay, we're going to need to make red alloy anyways, is the thing. We need red alloy to make this that we need to make circuits. So now is the time to start doing red wire as well, red alloy wire. Oh, that's easy. It's just a single piece of copper and 4 red dust. Okay. Let's go make some of that. Let's see. Where did I put my redstone? In here. Okay, so it's just, yeah, just copper and redstone dust. Okay, there we go. Red alloy wire, or red alloy, which did give me a quest, which I'm pretty sure is just framed cubes. Okay. Red alloy, red alloy. Okay, so it's just the one thing. Okay. I've got the red alloy. We need to turn it into foil. I need to make a plate. B. And then the plate, we can make that into foil with the hammer. Yeah. We need a bender before we can get better recipes on the foil, but I can turn this into a foil. And then I never did make wire cutters. Let's see. Forge tools slash wire cutters. Okay, what can we make wire cutters out that we have? We have black steel. Okay, we can't make it out of red steel. Yeah, I don't know what these things can mine, so I think we're just gonna go with red steel cutters. Wow, that's a lot. We do have a screwdriver. Yeah. I mean, I guess we might as well just go with red steel cutters. Why not go big and have a pair of cutters that will last longer than we probably need them? But the question is, do I do that? Is that even something I want to do? I could also just go with like normal steel ones and they'd be so much cheaper. Where are the steel ones? Black steel. Black steel has 1800 crafting uses. Wrought iron has only 500. Steel has a little about 700. Hmm. Maybe I just do steel. I don't think we would need I don't think we would need that many crafting uses, would we? Like, I'm assuming maybe wire cutters. Hmm. I don't know if wire cutters are worth making out of red steel. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think we'll just make it out of steel because like steel's relatively easy for us to make nowadays. Now that we have now that we have the whole thing set up on there to make it more automatic. Red steel is probably a little bit of overkill for them. Put these here. What is it? A shaft? And then three? No. What do I? Let me add the wire cutters to the list. Could also make them out of bronze. I think I'll do steel. I'll do steel just because it's relatively easy. Uh, piston. Okay, it's an iron rod. Ooh, these are cheaper to make. Well, okay, they're not. Well, actually, these are pretty cheap to make compared to normal pistons, but we only need a normal piston. Let's see. I'm filling up my inventory with junk again. How do I even make? Okay, yeah, it's and how many did I need? 3. Okay, I see how it is. Yeah, we'll make some steel. What do we need for it? 3 plates. We need 5 ingots. It looks like we don't have that many. Do we have? I should probably do another round of steel. Ooh, black steel. Maybe we make them out of something else. Maybe we just make them out of. Maybe we just make them out of something very, very abundant, like maybe bronze. Maybe we make some wire cutters out of bronze because we have a little bit of bronze lying around. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Let's see. Why do you guys look the same? Is that brass? This is brass, isn't it? This is brass in general. One of these days, I'll get around to, like, organizing the ingots. Okay, so this one is just... Okay, I need 2 more. Alright, we'll do 2 of them. I mean, this is if I get the three plates. Hopefully I get all 3 of the plates that I need. I don't have to go get more ingots. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yippee. Okay, saw, file. I need file as well. I need my screwdriver too. Let's see, saw. And then file? Yes. Okay, and then this was just, yeah, so file, hammer, screwdriver, whatever. Hammer. Screw down here, 2 bronze rods, 3 bronze plates. There we go. I have a feeling that's going to be more than enough for our purposes. So this will probably be fine. Hopefully we get something to replace the bronze wire cutters. Hold on 1 second. Okay. It is, as we say in the business, heckin' windy out there. The wind has picked up quite a bit outside and is pushing things around a lot. I just had to make sure it wasn't like pushing anything too important around. What was the next step? Oh, iron rod. I need an iron rod for the piston. Okay. Put another iron rod up. I end up with a lot of spare rods lying around. Okay, 1 piston. I need to make another plate. I need to make a little bit more of the foil first. We've been winning with these things. Okay. How else do we make this? Wire mill? Wire mill is one of those ones that I feel like we'll be getting pretty early on in the low voltage age. Okay. Take 3 of this wire. Turn it into red alloy wire. I gotta go put up some of the stuff that I have. I should make a barrel in the warehouse for dyes. Let's see. I don't have any extra sign. Fortunate. That's okay. What do we put in here? We put some junk. I'll put some dyes in here. Let's see. Saplings. Straw. Dirt. Okay. Let's go make our thing. First what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to dig out some of that area and replace it with the rhyolite bricks. I do think, when we're talking about like the red steel and everything, I think I'll make a red steel shovel for like general use. Because I do use the shovel a lot. Shovel is definitely one of the things where the argument could be made that you need a really high durability for it as a general tool. Okay, one piston. Block. Okay, let's break this area here. I should get a tool rack over here as well. I should pretty up this area a little bit. Please don't. I should probably also dig out a section. Oh boy, oh boy. Man, do I love building things. I'm saying that sarcastically, but like I don't know why you would play Minecraft if you didn't like building things. Unless you were playing one of those other I never added glue to the piston. My glue should be done by now. Oh boy, glue time. 20 glue. Okay. Man, I'll be real with you. Did anybody read Animal Farm in school? I assume most people did. Uh, but the one of the big things I always remember from Animal Farm, and because you read that like uh freshman in high school, and the main thing I remember about it is them sending the horse to the glue factory. Very core memory. I need a lever as well. Isn't it crazy that like glue is made out of like animals? Isn't that like a weird one? Anybody else think that's kind of weird that like that's how we could get glue? I know like obviously nowadays there's you guys don't read Animal Farm? That's like well, I don't know how much it is nowadays, but um that's a standard reading for American students. Right, I gotta make sure this works. Not. I'll probably have to I need this area. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's I don't think that's a standard one for Americans. Maybe somebody else could talk about if they had to read that in school, but I've never like I've never heard of too many people having to read that in high school around here or in school. Oh, what did you? Oh, there's some this. What did I? Do I have to put it underneath? Okay. Okay. I got more bricks. Let's see. I think it was just because our teacher liked it and had to read classic lit anyways. That does sound about right. Um, I feel like literature teachers get a lot of leeway with the kind of stuff they can pick. Because well, actually, you know what? A lot of teachers in general. You know what's crazy? Um, I had to read. There we go. I had to read Brave New World. Uh, Talking about more uh more dystopian stuff. I had to read Brave New World, and the crazy part about it is that I had to read it for a biology class. For some reason, my biology teacher decided that we needed to read Brave New World. B. I really like this. I'm really happy about this so far. This is pretty good. It's pretty great. This is pretty great right here, guys. I gotta do stuff later. Yeah, it was pretty interesting having to read Brave New World in biology. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because like the whole thing with the that teacher was a little bit weird. Not weird in like a bad way, weird in a good way, but he was kind of weird. Um, but yeah, he just made us read Brave New World. It was a good book, but it's just kind of a weird thing to read in biology class. And I'll be real with you. I don't know if the content in Brave New World is necessarily high school appropriate. Um, Especially the start of the book. It's definitely later on it's definitely better, but like yeah, the start of that book is a little deals with some matters that maybe aren't necessarily high school age appropriate, but I don't know. What do I know about that kind of stuff anyways? Okay, coal. I wonder if those pineapples ever did grow. I never actually ended up fully reading Brave New World either. I got right towards the end and just stopped reading because I just got bored, I guess. Um, yeah. I also did the only book that I ever because I read a lot while I was in high school. Like I like reading books. I just never liked any of the books that they assigned to us because like I don't know. They just weren't very interesting to me most of the time. The only um the only book that I ever like got assigned in class that I fully read was 1984. And that one was a really good book. That's a really good piece of media in general. Um but a really funny story is so I was in high school and I was in some sort of I think it was an AP literature class or something. I think I really could not be bothered to remember what like AP courses I took in high school. So I was in this like literature class or whatever, and the teacher assigned some weird book. I'll be real with you. I don't remember the name of this book or really anything about this book except for the fact that I'm pretty sure it was about like some story of some guy who goes off to like gets like recruited into the army or something and I don't remember most of the story. Like the climax of this story was that this guy like he's in the army or like he's in some place and somebody like throws a grenade in through the window, which isn't an uncommon occurrence where he is. And he like jumps on it and like he dies. It was like a because that was like a story of like something that like based on true events type deal thing. So he like sacrifices himself to save everybody else in the room and whatnot and whatever. But the thing is that the story doesn't actually matter that much because I never read the book. In fact, I never even touched the book at all. Right? Like it was in the library because here's the thing: the teacher didn't like give us the book or anything. He didn't like have copies of the book for us to like just take out of the classroom with us. But it was in the library, so like I think there were some copies in the library, but like it was also kind of one of those just buy it yourself or something. I don't know. Schools in America don't make a whole lot of sense when it comes to stuff like that. But so I was supposed to at some point go and get a copy of this book from the library, and I just like really couldn't be bothered to do that, I guess. Like I meant to, but I just kept putting it off until like it was too late. There was a test on this thing. And lucky for me, before we had this, because we had an essay, we had to write an essay about this book, and we had a short little like discussion about the book before before we did the essay. And so based on the very, very small amount of knowledge that I gained from that brief little session, I wrote a full essay, and I got an A on that essay if I remember correctly, or at least a decently high grade, considering I never even like looked at the book a single time. I really just like BS'd my way through all of it, just like I don't even remember what I wrote about, but yeah, it was, you know, you just make things up. Just make things up. The thing is, like, you know, you just make things up. It's fine. Just go with it. Um, there was also there was also a time I was taking, this was a different class. Ooh, so you guys should be growing pineapples soon. See, these guys, I'm gonna go get the rest of our pineapples and set them up out here. Um, so we can get a ton of leather. There was another class I took that was, I think this was also an AP class. I think it was just normal AP English class though, so it wasn't like a specifically a literature class. But I remember there was like a special, we had to take the AP test, of course. Um, and we took a practice test before we did the real AP test. And in the practice test, so we had to just, it was just writing a bunch of essays, right? Like, that's all it is. You just write an essay. You write like 3 essays in a row, and then they're like, "Good job, you're good at English." Um, so I think this was like the second or third essay we wrote this. And like I said, this test, it was like an all day affair, and even this practice test was like an all day affair. It was just like, just get put in like a cafeteria room with a bunch of tables, and we're all just sitting there for like 3 or 4 hours just writing essays. It was incredibly boring. Uh so about like the second or third essay in, um we get our topic for this essay, which I think was the last essay. We get this topic for this essay, and the topic is global warming. It's an argumentative essay, and you're supposed to write like a, because we called it global warming back then, I guess, as climate change. Um, they give you this, you write about like some, you write an argumentative essay like for or against global warming, which is like, I mean, so like me as a teenager, I was sitting there and I was like, man, this is such a silly topic, because like who is realistically going to write like an actual essay against or like in favor of global warming, I guess. And it's like, cuz you know, it's like, I know there are people out there. I am doing pretty good. Well, welcome back to the stream, my dude. We're doing pretty good right now. I'm recounting tales about my childhood, I guess. Um, wait, let me show you this cool thing. Ignore the bronze blocks. I made those on accident. This is a really cool thing that Adora in chat pointed out that we could do. We have this table here for the blocks of brass, so we can do a table pour to make glass panes, right? But if we push this lever, now we can do a basin pour. Isn't that the coolest thing ever? Yeah, that's cool. Oh, I'm also working on a windmill. I keep forgetting about the windmill I was working on. Yeah, I know, it's pretty sick. I'm also working on this windmill. I'm gonna get a windmill, and it's going to put water into the greenhouse or something. I don't quite remember. Uh yeah, it is pretty far from the forge, but I kind of just like put it there as like, that's, we've made that like a de facto like it's like a de facto glass making area for some reason is over here. I don't exactly know why I decided to put glass working over here, but at this point it's tradition. And this is just the glass working area. See, I got a little campfire, and the campfire, I fuel the campfire using all this peat that I find all over the place, because there's actually an ungodly amount of peat all over the place, and this stuff burns for 2.5 minutes, so it's actually really good for doing glass working, because you don't have to get glass that hot in order to work it. Which has been like the only use I found for peat so far. Uh, okay. Anyways, I was talking about like this AP exam we had to take. Um, so like I said, like I get that like there are definitely people in the world that exist that think that global warming is just like not a real thing, and like whatever, but this was for the essay. Like, you were supposed to write it from like at least accepting the idea that global warming was a thing. So like with that in mind, it's like, who the heck would write an essay um like in favor of global warming? Like, why would this even be an argumentative essay at this point? Um but I decided that, if I'm gonna be doing this, this isn't even for like this isn't even for the actual like test. This is just a practice exam that they're giving us. So I might as well have fun with this thing. So I decided that I would be the one who would write. I really did let a lot of this sugarcane go to waste, didn't I? Oh well. Um, I would be the one that would write an essay in favor of global warming. And realistically, what I did was I wrote a satirical essay that like um you're right. I can't eat the rotten. Can I eat the rotten sugarcane? Let's go see if I can eat rotten sugarcane. We'll give uh Paronomastic what he wants for once, or what they want. I guess I never asked. Oh, there we go. I didn't even do anything. This doesn't even do anything. Oh, wait. It's giving me hunger. Never mind, it is doing something. How high can hunger go? Okay, I can only go up to hunger 2. Oh, no, I'm hungry. 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 I'll eat a stack of sugarcane for you, Paronomastic, just because we haven't been able to eat any of the other stuff. I'll eat a stack of rotten sugarcane for you. Okay, I'm not gonna eat more than one. I'm gonna eat the whole stack for you, okay? Yeah, no, my essay really was just like that kind of like satirical. Like, I think I remember writing something about like if global warming raises the sea levels, then that means there'll be more beachfront property, and everybody likes beachfront property, right? And I also wrote something about like if the sea levels rise, then all the sharks and jellyfish will die, and that would be better for everyone because those things suck. All right, there you go. I had a full stack of rotten sugarcane just for you. My tummy hurty after that one. Tummy hurt. I can tell you one thing. It's a good thing this game doesn't have any like bathroom mechanics, because this would have been a really bad for us if it did. Okay. What did I need? What was I doing again? Wasn't it about a windmill? Let's see. I can't run anywhere because I guarantee you the second I run, it'll just demolish my hunger. I hope you know that that actually does harm me, because I've been having issues with having enough food. But we should have some more here real soon, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal for us for too long. It's spring. Okay, it's gonna be summer soon, and once it hits summer, it's not gonna get too cold for the pineapples. Okay, what was I doing over here? I need cogwheels. I was making treated planks. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm actually like really low on food. Maybe next time. Maybe next time if you remind me about the rotten sugar cane. I'll eat another stack of rotten sugarcane for you. Let's see. I need the creosote. Listen, we can't just eat all of the rotten sugarcane at once, because then it's all going to be gone. You need to like spread out the suffering over time, because like if I eat it all at once, like I just have the buff for the time that I'm eating it, and then the extra like minute and a half. But like if I spread it out over multiple sessions, yeah, you see, yeah. Uh, I actually really need food now. Oh, I have my bowl. I have my bowl of rice and tofu. But that's the last piece of food I have for a bit. Except for that single piece of tofu and the two pieces of bread. Yeah. It's it's you can't just spend everything all at once, you know? It's like what's more important? Like a large amount of pain over a short time, or a moderate amount of pain over like multiple days. Okay. Soybeans aren't done yet. I need these soybeans to be done so I can eat. Let's see. Yeah, I'll keep that sugarcane around just for you. I actually have a lot of other rotten food I could eat too. Let's see. We need the plates. We need the planks. We need the plywood. We need plywood. Plywood is what we're all about nowadays, right? Like, who wants like natural wood that has all like grain and like is sturdy and whatnot when we could just have plywood? How much charcoal do I have? Quite a bit. I'm pretty sure this latex barrel's probably full too, or latex drum. I should probably do something about that too. I need an empty barrel. Let's see. Water, water, seawater, water, jute nets. One of the thing is, I bet if I didn't have so many barrels of water, that maybe I'd have some empty barrels lying around. But I do kind of just let them fill up with water all the time. I need my... I really want to get... I really should focus on getting that windmill done, though. Do you have enough? Do you have enough? Give me more plywood. You're not done. Ah, these steam machines are so slow. Yeah, no, I think it's much funnier to just have barrels, just an unlimited number of barrels filled with water. Hey, watch, I'll put this latex in the vat, and then I'll just put the barrel back out. There you go. We can get another barrel of water. I need sulfur. How much do I need though? Centrifuge. That. We need 10 pieces of sulfur. Yeah. That has been most of what I've been doing, is just complaining about the fact that I can never find an unoccupied barrel. Okay, I know I have sulfur in here somewhere. Ah, there we go. How much sulfur does each one of these make? Is it gonna end up just being a single piece? And then we wash it, and it is just a single piece. I'm pretty sure we have like an actual source of sulfur nearby, so sulfur isn't nearly as big of an issue for us. Okay, this forge hammer's working. I want to... Okay, whatever. I'll just crush this with my own hammer. I'll do it myself. What do you got? What? More treated wood. We'll go wash this real quick. Hey, look, I got scaffolds down here now, but I can actually go... Ow. Okay. Ignore that. Just imagine I went down, like, the proper way instead of breaking my legs. Oh, yeah? Well, you should eat some rotten sugarcane to help with that. Oh man. Yeah. I think they sell it at the corner store. I think they sell it at 7-Eleven. So you could probably find some there. Just just expired sugarcane on the shelf. I wonder, that's probably what would happen to like soda if you left it out too long, right? Like cuz I know like places. Thank you. I thought it was pretty cool too. That's why I put those there, so that I'd look cool when I was going down into that area. I'm glad it paid off. But like, okay, so I know that like fast food places or like any place that has a soda fountain, they just have like bags of syrup, right? The soda syrup. And then that soda syrup gets um yeah, the anti-shin braking button's really fun when I can remember which one it is as I'm falling off of a cliff. Is the only issue that I have with parkour is yeah, sometimes remembering which button I assigned to do that. Sometimes it just doesn't come to me when I'm in the middle of gracefully falling off of a cliff. Um but like they have those bags of syrup, right? And they just like mix it with like water and carbon dioxide like in the soda machine. And like I wonder what I wonder what it would be like to encounter one of those that had like gone bad, because they have to go bad eventually, right? It's just sugar water. And like unless it's like some ungodly high percentage of sugar in there, it has to go bad at some point, right? Is this latex not? What are you doing? You're supposed to turn into sticky resin. I I see. I put sulfur dust in, but what I need is sulfur. Very different. I assume I put this in a mill, don't I? Okay, so I do get 4 per piece. Okay, so I'm gonna end up with 40 of these things. I don't know, waste another log. Silly me. I need the slightly paler looking sulfur dust pile. It's like the... okay. Alright, now we have enough sulfur. We also have the achievement, Man, I hate these quests sometimes. I really do. I truly do hate these quests at times. Okay. I'll get some more sulfur dust. I don't know whose idea it was to make some of these quests require such specific amounts of things. Oh, okay. That's fair. But like the Vex pack, everything else looks so much better. So that's fair. I do often forget that I am using a texture pack on this. That affects the vast majority of items in this game. What was I doing next? Oh, I need more sulfur dust. Or yeah, sulfur dust, not sulfur, because the difference. All right, 12 steel. Give me my sulfur. Okay. Let's see. Let's go down the scaffolding. Now this should just count. Give me my quest. Quest complete? No, no quest for me. I have to like be holding all 16 of them at once. Right? It is sulfur dust. Okay. I'll go get more. It's not like it matters much processing that sulfur. Let's see. Let's see. 10 more pieces. Like I said, I hope that they eventually fix some stuff with the quests for this pack, because sometimes these quests are truly just annoying. I'm pretty sure it's the same way with like the one of the first quests in the pack, which is really easy to accidentally miss, but also required for the vast majority of other quests in the pack, is is the one about clay where you have to get 64 of them. But like at the very beginning, like you might not collect that amount before you start using it. So you would miss out on all the quests for all the things you make out of the clay until you get a 64 in your inventory. Anyways, um, we should have sticky resin now. All right, let's see. Yeah, sticky resin. Yeah, I had to do that when the first time I was playing, when I got that, when I the one that I got the furthest in. I had to do that too, which is part of the reason why I'm so particular about making sure that I don't do that this time, because it would be very annoying to do, especially in a stream setting. Uh okay. I need to finish that windmill. I've got the plates now, the planks, the things, these guys. I'm gonna need at least one of these. And I need some copper. Wow. Yep. Okay. Let's make some more copper. Let's just take all that copper we dug up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all the copper. Let's just make this whole thing into copper. We'll just do all this. One of these days, the mines are gonna run dry, and we're gonna have to go find another mine. But I'm not looking forward to that day. Okay, you do that. Um, I need. Let's see. Let's go and look. 'Cause what do I need? I need a barrel. I am gonna take that barrel I had earlier, actually. Actually, I'll take one of these barrels that's already full of water. Half of these are just seawater. Okay, let's see. Over here. Alright, we have our half-finished windmill. And, okay. The idea is I might be able to simply have a barrel that fills with sky water, and it might provide enough water for the greenhouse. Okay, if it comes down here and then cogwheel there. Okay, I think what I can do is... Okay, let's... Oh, well, I got rid of all that water. But that's okay. Okay, and so if we do a shaft here and a cogwheel here, and then I do mechanical belt there. All right, and then I can put a pump here. And then I can we'll do the things with the floor later. I need I need my pipes. I need that copper. Okay, copper. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll just sit here for a bit and listen to the sounds of copper being crushed by this steam forge hammer. Ah, yes. Very calming. I like how it takes 10 ticks, so it's literally half a second to do this. Okay, there we go. Gotta go wash this stuff now. I gotta go wash this stuff now. Uh, okay. Well, once we get this going, which literally like legitimately, there's not even a huge amount of a reason for us to be doing this. Well, okay, I lie. There's a legitimate reason. I really don't want to have to go and ever refill that drum by hand. That really just would not be a very pleasant experience for me. I feel like I'm supposed to have more of this. I feel like there was more of this dust than what I ended up with. Where am I? There you are. Ah, see? Can't leave that behind. Alright, I'm just really glad that we have the forge more automated now. I'm really glad that we have this set up here so that we don't have to move things into ingot molds by hand anymore. I would have gone insane by this point if I had to do this much. Especially when that time when I accidentally made all that bronze. I would have been not okay if I realized I had to do that by hand a second time. Okay. Now we get the fun part of just sitting here. And maybe... Maybe it catches me on fire at some point. Maybe not. Who knows? It's always a fun journey here, whether or not I get caught on fire. I need to remove this stupid roof and raise it up more. This was not nearly tall enough. And I'm pretty sure it's the roof. Like, it keeps trying to catch the roof on fire, and then I just happen to be in the way. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I need more iron some point, too. I'm gonna go make another iron run. Just like always, iron's probably the bane of our existence in the most part. But that's okay. We can do nine pieces of this stuff at a time, and it just gets automatically drained out. What else do we need to do? I need to make the ball mold. We gotta make the ball mold. Yeah. Yeah. It's a real shame that iron is one of the resources that we don't really have a huge amount of. Yeah. Let's see. Steel. Do I need plates? I think I need steel plates. Yeah, and I need a file as well. Luckily, I don't have to pay much attention to what's going on here. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, we could... No. It's fine. Plates. I need 4 steel plates. Alright, everybody, let's go gambling again. Oh. Aw. Ooh. Yay. Those up. Hey, look, we did good. There we go. Okay, we got the 4 plates. We only ended up with 1 pile of steel dust. Okay. I'll put the small pile of steel dust up. File, hammer, 4 steel plates. I'm just glad that we generally get a... We generally get all of the plates that we need. And that we generally only have to make the one... we only have to use the 1 ingot per plate. It's so much better than having to go through the process of making plates the old way. Okay, so we have our ball mold. That's good. We'll be able to make that using the glass tubes. Well, we'll be able to get the glass dust with our thing now, our table. Alright, let's finish out. I need I need to reorganize one of these days. I need that backpack upgrade too. What is it? It's like, yeah, 4 red steel plates, 3 rods, and a chest. We need that, because then the next one's aluminum, and then after that, titanium, tungsten. Let's see. More copper. I need 4 plates of copper for what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna need more plates of copper, but 4 is what we're gonna start with. Oh. Yippee. Okay, let's see. Bop, bop, bop. I need another cog wheel. And pump. Okay. I think we need more. We need a copper casing is what we need. So that we can cover up this this pipe. Yeah, it's just a single plate. Um uh Yep. Copper casing. We're gonna need another one of those copper tubes anyways. So let's try and do 5. Wow. Okay, we lost 3 ingots in that one. Rest in peace, ingots. Oh my god. It's annoying when it happens multiple times. No, come on, come on. Oh my god. Surely it can't happen again, right? Okay. At least we can recover this dust. How much? It's 4 per each one. It's not bad. I can also just like throw these directly into this cauldron that I've already got doing copper. Don't I have more copper? Yeah, more copper. Alright, how much charcoal do we have? Listen, we're always winning until it's until no, that's it. We always win. Okay. A pipe. I need at least one of these pipes. And then I need some copper casing. I need a log. Yeah, these things should heat up much faster. Okay, and after this batch, we can shut it down for a bit. I need to recover that black steel at some point. That anvil. That anvil, it calls to me. It's filled with black steel. Okay, there we go. We have plenty of copper again. Copper casing, that's what we need. We need a log. We need a log. Need logs out. Let's go chop down another tree. We can get our log and then put the rest in the We can put the rest in stuff. Actually, can I just apply this to a tree? The answer is yes. Thank you, tree. Okay. All right, we're almost done. We're almost done with the we're almost done with the greenhouse, or at least the initial setup for the greenhouse. Um I need my treated wood pipes because I think I might be able to just like use these. They don't even need to be treated wood pipes, honestly, because this whole thing um is not gonna have enough throughput to need a treated wood pipe, but that's okay. Okay. We attach the mechanical pump. We turn it around. We have it go into some pipes, so I'm gonna go underneath here. Okay. I think we are going to have to use the create pipes, though. I'll be real with you. I'm fairly certain that this isn't going to work the way that I want it to. But if it does work that... Did a bee just escape? Is there a bee in there? Maybe it was just part of the UI. I could have sworn I saw a bee down there. I don't know if bees... I don't know if the bees actually exist properly, though. Like, I don't know if... Well, I'm glad that it thinks it's in a proper greenhouse. Okay. A fluid pipe. Yeah, see, this is the issue. Yeah, we're gonna need... Yeah, see, this is the issue. Okay. Some of these are done, too. I got tomatoes, and I got some pineapples done, too. We'll get those in a second. I think we're gonna need at least one more pipe. I think I could get away with using the Greg Tech pipes, uh, in a couple spots in here. Oh, there was a bee! How do I get you back into your... How do I get you back to your hive? Buddy? Buddy? Okay, well... I guess he's just a wild bee now. Okay, see, so I should be able to... Uh... Maybe I'll need multiple of those pipes, actually, because I think getting it to do a turn like I need it to do might be difficult. I'm gonna make two more pipes. Mostly just because I'm like fairly certain we'll end up needing more at some point anyways. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Oh, oh, that. See, always winning. We never lose around here. Hammer. We never lose. There's no proof anywhere of us ever losing a single one of those. We always hit those. 20% chance 20% chance to fail sounds like 100% chance of success. Okay. Let's see. What if is that going to be... I don't know. I think because it's encased. So like, all right. And then I'm going to check that beehive and see if because the beehive it's just frames. They're just frames. Okay, now what I want to see is if I use this copper casing here, If I get rid of this, okay, so it does have the spot there. Actually, that's a good question. Can I just, since I've already manipulated it? Oh my god, that poor bee. Wait. Oh, okay. That poor bee. Okay, let's see if I can use the Greg Tech pipes to do this. This part here. Let me underneath. Let me underneath. No, is he dying? I think the bee died. I don't know if anyone else could hear that, but like it made some like it made like bee dying noises. I heard bee injury noises. Poor brave soldier. Didn't deserve it. Didn't deserve it at all. He was just trying to do his job. Okay, we need more food though. We're just gonna we're just gonna pretend that we didn't hear anything and that he's still fine. Okay, iron. All right, I'm gonna need a few more of these pipes. I needed like 2 more of those pipes. Okay, take that pineapple. Pineapple. Tomatoes. See, this ends up with we end up with so many seeds. The soybeans are still growing. The rice is growing again. Ooh, actually, you know what? I can put another planter. I can put another thing over there if I just close that off and pick up that pipe. Yeah, that'll be better. Yeah. Because this thing uses up water so slowly that I think having a barrel that's just collecting rainwater, I think will be enough. But look at this. Okay, these pineapples, we already had 1 pineapple that was dried. And so these 3 pineapples will make us 2 pieces of leather in total. But my character's also starving to death. Yet again. I am once again starving to death. Help. Okay, but look, I can take one of these bread, I can make a tofu and tomato sandwich. Knife out. I gotta put away. I gotta drain this inventory at some point. This isn't even gonna be enough to fill me up. Okay, that's fine. We have some saturation. The tomatoes in the field will be done soon. I need a couple more of those pipes, don't I? I'm pretty sure I used all my creosote. I'll go chop down another tree, put it in the coke oven, put the rest of it to cook. I should also be able to fill this barrel up. Yeah, full barrel of creosote on top of all the charcoal and what we've been using for steam power. No, I'm low key. I'm excited for the day when this axe breaks, so we can just replace it with a red steel one, or not a red steel, blue steel axe. That's gonna be some premium stuff right there. That's gonna be a cause for celebration right there. Okay, chopping trees. One of our second favorite activity, right after mining. Yeah, then eventually I can get like chainsaws and stuff too, which will be pretty cool. Okay, yippee. All this stuff is mine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, DM story? Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, we have 15 minutes. That'll probably be fine. I can start. I got a story. I got a story I can tell. Um, that should only take about the last bits of stream to tell, anyways. So I DM'd with this one group while I was in college. We did Horde of the Dragon Queen. So we did we were doing Horde of the Dragon Queen. That's the one where you just fight the dragon cult and whatnot. I had a group. There was a druid. Um, they didn't end up doing too much. We had a warlock. We had a tiefling warlock. The druid was like a half elf or something, or just a wood elf or something. I can't remember. There was some flavor of elf. Um, we had a tiefling warlock. I think it was a human sort, or no, it was a half elf sorcerer. Because of course half elf's just really good, especially if you're going with the base rules where you don't get to like distribute stat points and anything. Um, Hold on. What did I need what did I need these logs for? Oh yeah, right, to make into creosote, treated planks. So, uh and then we had a half orc. I think he was a fighter. I'm pretty sure this half orc was a fighter. I've definitely played ones where they were paladins, but this was a half orc fighter, who was just like your standard like military guy. So we do Horde of the Dragon Queen. The first encounter is like whatever. It kind of just goes the way you would expect the Horde of the Dragon Queen story to go. The interesting part happens with the second part. So in the first part, the first like session of Horde of the Dragon Queen, the party finds themselves in a town called Greenest, and the town gets attacked while they're there, right? It gets attacked by the cult, and that kind of kicks off the party going and trying to stop the cult. So the like second session is we found some information that tells us like where there's a camp nearby that the dragon cult is using. Throughout this campaign, you like find out that like the dragon cult, they're like collecting treasure. So like this is a camp where like they're going around and attacking like other cities, and they're bringing all their treasure back to this camp so that they can then take it to it's used in the ritual to summon the dragon cult, the dragon that to summon Tiamat again. So the party has to go and go to this camp and find out some information. Specifically, there's like a couple guys that the cult has captured that they're supposed to like rescue in this instance. Um so this is like an espionage mission. This is a stealth mission for the most part. Our intrepid heroes are not nearly strong enough to stand up to the cult the way it currently is. So this is really a stealth mission. So the party decides to split up. Always famously a great idea. I recommend this anytime you're playing D&D. The first thing you should do is split the party. Everybody go in opposite directions and just run into enemies one by one. It's a great method of winning every encounter in D&D. So they split the party. Half of the party, I mean, like they're all doing like different things. Like the druid, I think the druid and the fighter go in together because like the druid just like turns into a rat and sneaks into the camp that way. The fighter is a half orc and just walks in and is like, "Hi guys, I'm a half orc. I'm here to join the cult, or I'm here with the cult." So the half orc is there like pretending to be part of the cult. The sorcerer also pretends to be part of the cult. Pretends to be a new recruit and goes in. Is also like pretending and whatnot. All is like undercover. The tiefling, on the other hand, Tiefling decides that he's not going to go undercover, and he's going to he's going to like stay outside of the camp because this the way this camp is it's like built into like the side of like it's like in a little valley. So like there's cliffs surrounding the surrounding like there's a cave and there's like these cliffs that go up like around the cave and kind of make like a V or a U, and you have like those the one side that's the entrance to the entire area, and then it's like surrounded by hills, right? Which in all honesty doesn't really seem like the best place to set up a base. They did have guard towers, I guess. So I guess the guard towers being up high and being able to see the camp and everything was a decent idea, but whatever. So the party is trying to like they're trying to figure out like a couple different things. They're trying to figure out like, oh, they this is where they find out like, oh, there's a bunch of treasure here and we should probably go into that cave that's in the back to find out what else they have at store here. And the so the part of the reason why they decided to like be up outside of the camp is because the warlock is going hexblade and pact of the blade, and they just got because they're like level 2 here, right? So I think I'm pretty sure the warlock at this point had the ability to summon a crossbow that he could use his charisma off of. I don't remember if he actually did or if that was I can't remember if that's like level 3 or not. um but the warlock has a crossbow, and and I don't I don't know how to explain like any of the thought processes that this warlock had, um because like they never made any sense. So the warlock decides, while everybody else is like rooting around in the camp and like trying to like find things, the warlock decides to like attack one of the guard towers. For whatever reason, he gets in position and starts like shooting the guys in the guard tower, like shooting them with a crossbow. And I don't really know I don't know fully what he was intending to do. Um but the sorcerer gets grabbed by once they realize like they're under attack or like there's somebody up there at the guard tower. The cult on the inside is all like, okay, send some people up there to reinforce the guard tower and make sure that they don't kill our guards. And of course the sorcerer who was standing nearby gets pulled into this. Okay, we're not gonna let any more bees out. You guys have to stay in the greenhouse. I didn't even know you guys actually came out of your little beehives. I always thought you guys just kind of did it through osmosis or something. Um, so the warlock, the sorcerer gets pulled up there to help out, and this ends up being a relatively good thing for the warlock at least, because the warlock goes down like immediately. It's a warlock. It's a level 2 warlock. This guy has like 10 health, right? Like he goes down pretty quickly. But luckily, the sorcerer has chosen the celestial soul, um, whatever celestial soul background for his sorcerer, and so the sorcerer, he took for his meta magic, he took silent casting, and And so he's able to cast Healing Word without a verbal component, which means he just casts it, right? Healing Word only has a verbal component. So he's able to completely silently and without anybody noticing cast Healing Word on the Warlock and bring him back up, and the Warlock in this time is able to like sneak off into the forest. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the warlock sneaks off into the forest, right? And okay, so while the sorcerer was up there trying to help the cult, because like, you know, while he was like he was trying to like make it look like he was trying to help while not like actually helping and like attacking his friend or anything. Um, hey, there we go. Now it's going. Well, we got a windmill, baby. Let's see if it's drawing. Ow, my legs. Oh, yep. Look, it is drawing from the barrel. Okay, so this windmill theoretically should be able to don't man, these bees really want out of here. This okay, well the issue is heck. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out something with this. We're gonna have to figure out how the fluid system works because the create pipes and the Greg Tech pipes really don't like working together if they can help it. Where's this water going? Yeah, I am going to need some sort of bee airlock for these guys. All right, we're gonna ignore this for a little bit while that acclimatizes itself, and I can continue on with my story a bit. So, um, so the sorcerer was trying his best to like look like he was helping, but not actually help. And let me tell you, he wasn't doing a good job. He did not do a good job at all. So when the oh, wait, is this are we getting? I don't know if there's no water coming out of this encased pipe. Okay. So he's not doing a very good job at all. So after this whole thing happens, there's a guy in this campaign called he's called uh Cyanwrath is his name. And it's because he's a blue half dragon, right? So this blue half dragon named Cyanwrath, um, once they're done, he and so mind you, the two guards, I'm pretty sure the two guards did die in this encounter. The ones that were in the watchtower, but they did actually end up dying. So there is a brief moment where there's no guards in that guard tower. So Cyanwrath, yeah, Cyanwrath, he basically goes up to our sorcerer and is like, "Hey, you didn't do anything. What are you? Like, are you some kind of?" And I'm pretty sure Cyanwrath was like very his whole character was like very honorable. So he's like, "What are you, some kind of coward? You're not going to fight the enemies of the Dragon Queen? How dare you? I should kill you where you stand." And the sorcerer, of course, is like, "No, please, no, hold on. We can be reasonable here, right? We can be reasonable. We can be friends." Um, Cyanwrath not really having any of it, right? He doesn't want to be friends. He's not a very friendly guy. I'm gonna have to use these create fluid pipes, aren't I? I'm gonna have to use 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 more. 4 and then 3, I think. 4 and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm gonna need 3 of these. Okay. I'll turn you off by doing this. And then I need to make 7 more, which means, yeah, I need 4 times 7. 4 times 7 is 28. Jeez. See, this is why I don't use those create pipes. They are expensive. Um, so Cyanwrath is yelling at the sorcerer, and the so he's sitting there yelling at that sorcerer, right? And for some reason, and okay, let me explain the scene a little bit better. This is happening like in front of that cave entrance, right? Like cave, and then right behind them is like a sheer cliff face, and then like on that cliff is the watchtower that the warlock had attacked, right? So the Steinrath is yelling at the sorcerer. For some reason, the warlock, for some reason, I don't know why. Again, we'll never be able to understand the machinations. Oh, is my stream? Okay, hold on. I'm dropping a whole bunch of bitrate. Wait. Okay, I am losing it right now. Hold on. We'll wait a second and see if that stabilizes out. Okay. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay, it's a good thing stream is almost over if it's gonna start doing stuff like that. Um okay, my OBS is saying I'm good, so I should be able to finish this. Okay, so for reasons that we will never be able to understand, the warlock, right? The warlock decides that he is going to attack Cyanrath in this moment, right? He is on the cliff top, and for some reason, he thinks that like while his friend is getting like interrogated by this guy, now is his moment. He is going to shoot Cyanrath, and I guess he thinks he's gonna kill him. I again, I don't know why. This guy is level 2, right? He's level 2. Cyanrath has an AC of like 18. He's wearing splint mail, right? He has an AC of 18 and probably like 60 health, right? And and the warlock decides to attack him, right? Basically the way it works out is the warlock like crawls up to the side of the cliff and like aims his crossbow down and shoots at Zionrath. Of course it doesn't work. Like he doesn't hit him. The bolt just like plinks harmlessly off of his armor. Now here's the thing. I do have to point out, it to these guys' credit, right? They have never played they've never played D&D before, right? This is their first time ever playing Dungeons and Dragons. So they're probably not fully they probably don't fully understand how a lot of the creatures in D&D works. But I checked because the warlock asked like beforehand, like, hey, how tall is this cliff? How far away are these people so I can shoot them? It's about like 60 feet, right? Which was well within range of what the warlock can do. But see, here's the thing. I looked at Cyanrath's character sheet and I was like, oh yeah, no, I know what to do in this situation. So Cyanrath, he basically like gets a crossbow bolt, like hits him in like the shoulder or something, and it bounces off his armor. So Cyanrath just turns around, turns his head, looks up at the cliff face, opens his mouth, and fires a lightning bolt right at the warlock. And of course he hits, because like the DC on this is pretty high. So Cyanrath just lightning bolts the warlock off of the cliff face essentially. Yeah. Yeah, I think I did ask him if he wanted to do that. Um Unfortunate for him, he said yes. Uh so he gets absolutely lightning bolted. Luckily, it didn't do a whole lot of damage because like the half dragon's breath weapon, it's not like super powerful, and I'm pretty sure I even checked it, and it got like an average roll, and he managed to like not like outright die, because of course that is a thing you can do in D&D, is just flat out die from something. So he managed to live, and luckily, again, this guy is so lucky that the sorcerer like did what he did, because the sorcerer still had enough sorcery points to meta magic silent healing ward him again. So the second time within like 10 minutes of each other, he had to heal the warlock and bring him back up yet again. Uh so they managed to live through this encounter. Um which is great, I guess. I guess it worked out for them. Uh but that's one of the stories from that group. I have a few more I can tell later, but we are out of time for stream. I just want to make sure that this works properly. All right, this isn't looking promising. Why aren't you working? Yeah, it was the best way to describe that group was just a comedy of errors. Like I said, I have no idea like what the warlock had some of the strangest ooh, look, okay, it is working. I guess it's filling up. It's filling up. Yeah, yeah. Healing ward is a very good spell to have. Okay, hold on. I got to go check the barrel. I gotta go check this barrel. Okay, yeah, yeah. See, look, it's drawing water out of the barrel and filling the drum on the inside. Oh my god, it's working! It's working! This is what we call a pro gamer move in the business. Okay. Um, yeah, all right. There's so much stuff I'm gonna have to do when I log back on tomorrow. I'm gonna have to make food and empty my inventory again for the 50th time. Um, okay, okay. Um, Before I finish, I gotta talk about the yeah, I have no idea what this warlock was on about. I don't know. I truly do not understand the mind of this warlock, because let me tell you. Okay, we get the bucket later. The bucket, we don't need the bucket. We're working off of rain power now. Um I truly do not understand how the mind of this warlock worked, or how it works. I'm sure he's still around somewhere. Um, because I have never in my entire life met a person who was so hardcore set on power gaming, but was so bad at it. I have other stories about this guy from, like, not just the campaign that I ran, but like I was with this guy in another campaign, and this dude was just like the worst power gamer I have ever met. My dude did a cross class. We had like a campaign that was like, we were like level 8 at this time. He had some kind of cross class fighter fighter wizard or something. My man was a level 3 wizard, or he had, well, not level 3 wizard. My man had access to level 3 wizard spells and didn't take fireball. Like, what? He didn't have, it's not like he had any other good spells either. Like, I don't think he even had like really any damaging spells. I don't know what this guy was. I don't know. I don't know what he thought about, like, I don't know. I've never seen somebody that just fundamentally, like, did not understand power gaming yet was so into it. Like, I've never before have I ever met anyone else like that. It was crazy. But we'll have to save the stories for later, because we are at the end of our session. Okay, thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for being here with me. I love having you guys here always. If you are not following me, feel free to give me a follow. It helps out the channel a lot. We're almost at 10 followers. Uh, if let's see, I stream three I stream 5 days a week on weekdays for 4 hours. That is at 2 p.m. Eastern time. If you're not in Eastern time, just take the time it is now and subtract 4 hours. I also have links to my YouTube and my Blue Sky below. YouTube gets upload 2 week old stream VODs. There should be a new one that just went up because they released as soon as my stream is supposed to end. And my Blue Sky is there in case I ever need to communicate with you guys outside of stream. Okay? But here we are, yet again, at the end of another great day. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. Bye!